Hello, hello. All right, cool. Synthwave.
I'm gonna get back to that story, Sonny. Just you listen to and
It's accounting hour, which you should all tune into. In a weird sense, we find ourselves not necessarily being pro IRS, but sympathetic to the IRS, because if you did not know, the IRS has been underfunded for quite some time. And our point wasn't an issue of we agree with tax policy or the objectives that Congress has given the IRS. We don't like the tax rates as it is now. We don't like the tax system. That's our main complaint. But we don't envy the actual working people at the IRS whose job it is to enforce and affect the tax code, right? If you look, I don't know how many pages the tax code is now. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. And when you throw in the underfunding, the archaic computer systems, you can look this all up later. I think they're using 1980s computer systems and technology. You don't envy these people. You don't envy the poor IRS, not even agents, the customer service rep. They don't understand the whole shit. They have no clue. And they're having trouble finding people to work over at the IRS, let alone enough time for training. And we even have an IRS agent in the field who anonymously gives us some inside baseball, says, yeah, there's this thing going on and that thing. It's nothing saucy or political. It's not managerial politics. But it's just we can't enforce a 60,000-page tax code on the people, let alone process all the returns, handle all the requests, handle all the amendments people make, changes, prosecute tax evaders or tax fraud, and all this other stuff. And Chad and I always talk about, like, wow, wouldn't a sales tax be easier? Wouldn't it just be nice to have a sales tax? And since we just finished tax season, you talk to Chad, but I know other people do people's taxes. And I got no way of measuring it, but it seems to me that as time has gone on, people have had an increasingly difficult time filing their taxes. And you could argue, yes, the tax code has gotten more complex, but we're not talking people with 4 offshore bank accounts and 3 LLCs owned by a trust or any kind of elaborate bullshit like that. We're talking about people who got 1 W-2, maybe a 1098, and they just can't fucking file on time. They're willing to pay Chad. One, they're late. They contact him April 13th. They say, hey, can you do my taxes? He says, yeah, $800, which, by the way, is not highway robbery. It's very expensive, though. It's a Japanese refusal. It's a stabbing. And they pay for it because, well, one, young people are dumb with money. And you're lazy, you don't want to do it. You don't want to. The world of YouTube and the internet is up there now where you can look up how to do pretty much anything, and you still pay the guy $800 to do taxes that you should have done months ago. And then it dawned on me, well, the IRS, yeah, okay, we got to deal with it in the tax. It's not even the IRS. It's the tax code. You got this tax code. And largely it is a product of leftist, socialist, Democrat politics. You hate rich people, you hate wealthy people, you hate people who make a lot of money. And so you got to punish them. I've talked about how, well, why don't you just make it a sales tax for everybody at the same rate, make tax collection very easy, we end this nightmare, and then you could just get more welfare on the paying outside, so you kind of more or less have the same thing. People ignore that anyway. But the whole point is the complexity of the tax code is largely one of leftist doing, where you want to have wealthy people, richer people pay a higher percentage of their income than poor people. That's basically it. And dare I say, there's an element of spite, hatred, and envy, and you want to punish rich people for daring to work more than you do. They all inherited it. No, they all didn't. I understand. Then do a wealth tax, do an estate tax, knock it off with this income tax. Anyway. It then dawned on me, they're already having trouble finding enough employees for the IRS, for the Treasury Department, all this other stuff. All these corporations, all these employers are having trouble finding staff. And you're right, pay more and give training and not require us to have college degrees. I agree with you there. But in the IRS in particular, and affecting the tax code, it made a connection with the teacher shortage where I'm like, Gen Z is not even going to be able to support their socialist system. Because let's be very clear, the tax code is an arm, if not, it's the ultimate epitome and it is the main enforcement arm of socialism. Take money from wealthy, give it to poor. That's what it is. Well, you made it so damn complicated. Where are you going to find the people to enforce it? See what I'm saying? And this isn't to pick on Gen Z. This is, I really should say, younger, because right now it's millennials. I would also argue Gen X is also probably culpable in this as well. But in general, as Americans become more leftist and ultimately more lazy, and you don't want to do no fucking work, you don't want to do no fucking stuff, because it should just be free everything. You do know that even if you get a socialist system, you still need to run it. You still need to make it function. Like the Soviets, the Bolsheviks didn't just come in 1917. Socialists was all Civil War and all that, but let's just fast forward. Socialism, there's Lenin, an elitist dick, by the way. Came from daddy's when he was sucking off his dad's teeth. Oh my god, free shit. Free shit! And then no one worked. It wasn't just like that. If you look at the Soviet Union, in one way it's quite admirable that with their hands behind the back of communism and socialism, they were able to produce some impressive shit. The fighter planes, the space race, Stalin's modernization programs, you know, with killing people. You look here like, well, people still had to work. A lot of times you'd work for free. You'd look in the camps or the gulag. They still had to develop the MiG. Just take an old MiG like the MiG-15. That took work. That took intelligence. It wasn't like the Russians just said, that's it, free shit. The robots are making everything. Now we just get to live in a socialist utopia. So the Russians, they had to work for the Soviet Empire, all the Soviet republics. All those people had to work to maintain the system. There were farmers, transfer, then everyone had to work. But what I'm getting the impression with participation trophies and victimhood politics and, oh, everyone has a touch of this mental disorder or another and nobody can work. We all need to stay in college until we're 30-7. None of you have the work ethic to work. I understand corporate America in a very Josh Flukian way. They're scum, not fair employment practices, lie flat until they pay you a living wage. I get that. I get all that. But if you can't staff going forward, if you can't staff the IRS, which is the enforcement arm of the ultimate socialist policy, which is income transfer, how the fuck do you think you're going to run a socialist economy? How do you think you're going to get socialism to work? As I mentioned before, another thing is, I think nationwide there's a teacher shortage. I know in Minnesota there is, but nationwide Minnesota, they're so desperate they're going to hire Filipino immigrants to teach because I guess Americans are too lazy to teach. You're too fucking lazy to teach? You what? You never leave school. What do you mean teaching is too hard? You start off as a 5-year-old pants-shitting kid. You turn out to be a 22-year-old college graduate with your degree in education, which isn't a real education. By the way, your entire adult life, you get summers off. Your entire life, you've got not one teacher. But not one teacher. Typical. Think about that. You're 5 years old, you're 0 to 4, you got summers off. Right. 5, 1 to 2, you got summers off. And then your teacher, you never work summers. It's not a rigorous study. It's not unless you went into like math teacher or a science teacher. Actually, I know something like that. Oh my God, the socialism! Can I suck Marx's dick? Not exactly a rigorous academic joke. You gotta go get a licensure. That might be a little bit of a hurdle. All right, fine. But there's not enough people signing up for teaching. Holy laziness, man. I speak of another critical arm of the socialist. Alright, so the tax code enforced by the IRS, state tax agencies as well. The state versions of the IRS, they need staff to ultimate goal and arm of socialism, and that is wealth transfer, income transfer. They can't even find enough people to staff that. But I would argue a very close second critical arm or table of the leg of the table of socialism is indoctrination. That's your schools. That's what you mostly do. Shut the fuck up. You don't teach these kids anything except feeling sorry for themselves. Shut the fuck up. You can't find people to indoctrinate the future children of the world. Now, inevitably, in social communism, whatever, there's no private property, there's no wage, it's free, and so nobody works. And why should I go to the surgeon if you're not going to pay me more? I can just sweep the floor. Oh my God, well, who are these guys with the guns telling me to hammer out wheels and tires? I didn't want to become a wheel manufacturer. Too fucking bad. You gave up your freedom for free shit. Free. But right now, as we transition from a quasi-capitalist soft socialist economy, harder, more socialist, not outright communist down the road, how are you going to maintain even the socialist economy? How are you going to maintain communist economy or communist light? How? You guys can't even go be teachers. And you can't pay off your student loans. And there you see, everyone's guilty of that. They're Gen X. They're realistic holders. They're the largest holder of student loans that they want to be able to pay off student loans back on time. Car payments was it 1 and hang on, someone said it was 1 and 3. 7.7. I thought it was higher than that. Here it is. Subprime borrowers. My mistake. It's only 7.7 of 8% of all loans. That's still not good. 1 in 12, 1 in 11. You're not paying back your credit cards or your car loans. You think you're gonna make a socialist economy work? What is it? Everyone just goes and be like people in Seattle. You just go sit in a tent and you do pot. Who's gonna make the drugs? Who's gonna make your pot? Really? What? Inevitably, all socialist systems fail. But man, we're gonna have like a Venezuelan type of crash. At least the Soviets gave it a shot. You know, they kept it. They gave the U.S. a good run for their money. They supported a bunch of vassal states, waged wars and proxy wars. It was quite impressive what they did. We're not going to have that. At least the Russians worked. We're not going to have that. We're going to have a bunch of evil kids faking a mental. Oh, there's another thing. Oh, I got a mentally ill. Oh my God, I'm sad. I need drugs. You're not going to be sad or needing drugs long because there won't be no drugs to take. You know what it takes to keep Pfizer running? You know all the chemistry and neurology and the lab testing equipment that goes into making a pill of Ritalin? Or Zadderall, whatever the hell it is. Xanax? I don't know. I don't know what candy you all popping. They're paying no experience at a fast food restaurant. You're not going to pick up on that? You're not going to take that? Good luck, because I don't know. That's flipping burgers. I got to imagine enforcing and effecting a 60,000-page tax code is going to be a little bit more difficult. I gotta imagine, even going to school to be a teacher, you still gotta show up to school on time. You still gotta take the courses, fakeably pass them. You gotta go to training, you gotta with punctuality. People ain't showing up on time at all. And you think you're gonna keep the machine of socialism running? It is going to be hilarious watching how quick this shit goes on. It'll be hilarious. It's going to be great. Now, why is it? But the capitalist system is so much more unfair. Let me know when we have a capitalist system, which we don't. Go look it up on the YouTube. But Mr. Celery, Gen Z is conservative. No, they're not. That whole Gen Z is good. The millennials were going to save us. They're going to say, hey, okay, Gen X was going to save us. They're going to say, hey, they saw their parents get divorced, so now they're going to go back to traditionalism. Nope, we got divorced the same amount. Don't worry, the millennials, they're conservative. Holy, suck Obama's dick back, man. Were the millennials not conservative? Probably still aren't conservative to this day, because they can't be. And Gen Z, I haven't seen any polling. Actually, I did see some. Biden election. It was a little bit there. Surprise, young people vote for free shit. But Gen Z is not conservative. They may be more apathetic. They may not show up to vote or Republican, but they are not gun-toting conservatives. They're all crying with the tears, feeling their any navel. Oh my God, I can't breathe. No different than the millennials or the Gen Xers. Like, oh man, I'm so sad and moody. Let's listen to Kurt Cobain. Let's all move to Seattle. It was gloomy and dark. We'll participate in self-deletion parties. Yay. Nobody young was conservative. No one that young is that smart. Oh, is that really Republican? Yes, it is. I'm not saying you're a genius, but you're definitely smarter than the average dipshit Democrat 21-year-old. Why can't we print off more money? Chad, can I pay you $800 to file my W-2 form? I need to do pot, man. This is what calms me down for my mental illness. All this, oh, shut the fuck up. I can't go to work because I have anxiety, but I can play video games really good. Cody Stokes, 10 generous dollars. Hey man, I know this is kind of off topic, but I've been trying to catch you while you're live. Do you think the spending you grant on matchmaking service will lead to finding an actual... No. Cody, the only way I could see it happening is if you are like a surgeon. Like $1,000, you're an hour of your time. You could go make $1,000 or $2,000. So if you are a very highly compensated individual, you don't have the time to be going to a bar or a nightclub. It's a tremendous waste of your time. So in that instance, if you're a corporate executive, you don't have the time, yes, then it might be worth your while. But if you're the average guy or even a very wealthy guy, no, man. You see the cute girl at the office? I'm sorry. Whoa. Not the office. Don't ask the cute girl out at the office. I'm sorry. That's where you get fired. I was wondering what you women were thinking with that one. Oh my God, these employed men are asking us out. Oh, horrible. If you're a regular rank and file guy, even a upper middle income guy, it's not worth it. You see a cute girl at the grocery store. You see a cute girl there. You see a cute girl here. Whatever. You say, hey, you single? Ask them out. That's it. It's save your money, save the time. What, you think these girls are paying thousands of dollars for a matchmaking service? Again, if you're super elite, super wealthy, and you are compensated way too highly for an hour of your time, fine, go ahead and do it. But for God, if you make it $250,000 or less, you make it $250,000, even then it was $125 an hour. Yeah, that's 10 hours of your time. Do you know how many girls you could ask out now? 8 hours of your time? You can ask out a lot of girls in 8 hours. Alex Patino, a truck-driving Latino agent in the field, $5. The only reason the Soviets advanced up to World War I in the 50s is because they took lots of German intellectuals and put them to work, not voluntarily. Yeah, well, they also did that with their own population, and also if they were coming from a feudal society, a lot of the Russians were caught up in the labor revolution. It's not that a lack of work ethic. I think that, go to 1960, well, there was World War I going on. Ignore World War I. Go to 1960 Russia. 1960 Russia. Compare the average Russian then to the average young person today in America in 2024. Not the same people. Not the same people. Russians weren't like, oh my God, I think I have social anxiety disorder. I'm having a panic attack. I have PTSD. They canceled Chemo. I think there was a normal human work ethic and a lot of hope. Hey, you're not under the Tsar anymore. Cool, we'll make it all better. Especially the guy with the mustache. He's coming. Don't worry about him. So I think there was at least a percent of the population that had a work ethic until it was beaten out of them by the Soviet Empire. But even then, maybe not everything is economic. I think the Americans and the Soviets just like competing with each other. Oh well, what's this? Bam! That's a 25 box back. What's up with us? Oh, we ran out of money? Oh, 1991 is it already? Alex Petito, a truck driving Latino agent in the field against $5. Also, the campaign of not having children is finally paying dividends, that there's a dwindling number of children for indoctrination. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. 60% of the population is nominal population. in our if you're going to go financial mental, I don't think you're here. You got the internet. That's fishing your Alex Bogey, $5. When the Soviet Union did not have tax collection service, they nationalized industry using the Red Guards early, and farms 12 years later was messy. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, they didn't just throw no switch and switched over. There was one famine that wasn't caused necessarily by communism per se. It was that they were switching over, and you messed with the system. Even when the Soviet Union collapsed and they're converting to capitalism, there is at least a 5 years transformation period, more like 10, before things got restructured and reorganized and built a new system and put it in place. So yeah, you can't just switch over like that. And by God, I mean, try to think of that. What, really? All the young people are just gonna wake up and say, oh, hey, we gotta what Fauci's gonna do if he ever got lose weight, I'll tell you that. All go on a diet. I'd say it's more social. You don't have dads, you don't have fathers. That's why I got a post called The Dad You Never Had. I'm shocked if your dad is around, you're raised by a mom. Also, yeah. You're mentally ill. You're not mentally ill. That's what happens when Venezuela and probably literally any country around them right now. Ant clogs, $2. It's going to be great. Neat for life. Iani Kara, $2. Is common law better than government marriage? Oh God, I don't know. That's a question for a lawyer. And I can tell you this is going to depend on state. I think whether it's common David Love, 5 British pounds. Love the show. Communism is on the rise. Yeah, no shit. Keep up on it. Yeah. Isn't Scotland the United Kingdom? Scotland is socialist. California. Maybe we can fight there. Oh, it's happening. The West has had its day. And everyone's like, oh my god! Our problems went from, boy, we better chisel out a farm from this dusty earth. We better build a dam in the middle of the desert so we can build a population of 2 million. It went, oh, we better fight the Nazis and fight the communists. We better invent electricity and antibiotics and shit, too. Someone on the internet was verbally abused me. I think I'm trans today. Whatever gets me the most attention. Yeah. But that's all part of it. That's all part of it.
Leave the location? No.
It's the circle of life. All empires come and go. Just look, we got to enjoy it. I enjoyed the 80s and 90s. I'm having good fun. With the new internet super chat thing, you're not insane. You don't fake one of many things just so we can avoid work and have purpose and meaning in life, whether that's our sex, our sexual preference, mental illness. We consequently have a much more enjoyable life because we're not faking mental illness or lying about us being not straight or a pansexual or quadsexual. Not that booze and drugs are the only thing we have in life. We gotta get a sad approach to it. Dare I sit? You, me, and a couple other people in my office. Hey, buy a woman. Look at the socialists are never happy. They're never happy. Very generous now. Spoiler, kids still hate you. Okay. Go look at nasty studies where they're trying to recreate homosexuality. Not to say that mental illness doesn't exist in our people are absolutely diagnosable, but therapists are working therapists are not fixing nothing. Oh, and the American Psychological Association. Yep. Enjoyed life. I can't convince her. Once, it's not a oh, that's how I get all the colors on. Some of them are crazy. Like, no, wait, I gotta like E too. But if I would not try to convince. Now in my 20s, I did try to convince. But the girls I would take, especially in college, I had just a tremendous senior semester of dating. It wasn't until I started teaching dance classes was there less people. When I had nothing going on with me, that was the a sweet, twiggy, 121-year-old kid. We didn't want that. Courses and all that. There wasn't a lot of now, this wasn't machine gun. It was a lot less convincing. Like the dates I went out and all that were obviously more enjoyable. Yeah. Either volunteer or not. A lot of time not worrying about what will come from. Yeah, also for those guys. On the game, with God, for the rest of that, to be honest, you just sit there. Let's go on the fourth day, right? Good job. What do you think about range weak enough that you're becoming a victim of all the munitions factories, supply. Yeah, they got munitions there, raw materials up there too. Amy Tara, still wants to get married in New York State, doesn't recognize common law. Also will pension be around in 2044, retired as fireman in Delaware. Shit, I don't know, man. Depends on the finances of that pension, but you can look up. So look up the Bloomington, Delaware, and find out how well funded, 100% funded it is. You'll get like a little financial report, and that's how well funded it is. So, but it's anyone's guess what the pension will be in 2044. Who wants to get married in New York State? That's what the girls want to yeah, that horse shit's over now. Right? That's what so she's gonna want to get married to that say, you know, I'm like, seriously, you want to get married? Tell them that I'm never getting married. My kids are going, and I'm never getting married. There is no marriage, there is no children. You're paying for this, man. You're paying for yourself. My money is my money, your money is your money. There's none of that bullshit. Why, what is... I don't know. Probably nothing good. And how much do you like this girl? Really? How much do you really like her? Let's get ready to use this girl. Here we go. What the fuck, man? Do it again. And as I've said before, well, thank God we have to throw that one out. Lazy, sexist shit who don't want to work. Pissed off and out, $5 Russia is booming because wealthy Russians can now only invest in Russia. There is Russia's finances are pretty good for the country of war and glad most of the CPA does nothing better than having no practice with your girlfriend. Yeah. Yes, I would say so. David Love, $5 million. You fool. If only I was in charge of Utopia, then everything would be rainbows. You could look at love. Here's the great of all. All of them all costing us money. However, running for office, they definitely want to lead. How many premiers do you need? And this is why communists usually get killed by their own. Because Stalin just wanted to be the leader a little bit more. Same thing with Hitler. They bumped off other socialists. What was it? Night of the Long Night? Someone you better be story. They don't want to work. The writer reading content. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying sometimes people get mustaches. That might be what's about the correlation. Oh, he's got a mustache, a little bit different than the others. Keep an eye on that guy. All right, there you go. Well, thanks for all the super chats. I appreciate it. Link below is a very important book for you younger Gen Z types. It is meant to help. It's also meant to help millennials. It's not standard. Called How Not to. If you're lost, you are you're pissed off and angry. Hoping Biden gets elected, and maybe this time, also link below. It's called The Dad You Never Had. If all you heard was fighting for nothing, yet you follow parent advice, please consider taking it. Alright, see you guys later. This is what happens when you're raised by the government. Principle really, really matters, and you're overwhelmed, said Katie Peckle, the Executive Director of Educational Leadership at the University of Minnesota. You got a good principal, you get lower student absence. More students needing more intense support, not regular. No, they need a dad. Look at it. For those of you who are about to go, maybe think you're going to have kids, what I want you to just step back. We'll get to my main thesis later. Look at all this shit. Hey, this isn't a drama report. This isn't a drama website. This isn't the Daily Mail. This is NPR. This is where boring people who don't have sex and all become librarians do their fucking shit. All right. You want to deal with this shit with this stuff, stabbings, security guards, cops. Do you want what indoctrinating people like, oh, everything fucking mental prison 13 years old? Or if you are willing to invest in your child, and maybe you're smarter than your average bear, and you want your kid to actually do good, and get the fuck. Do you remember school? Was school fun for you? Imagine what it's like now, where half the kids think they got a mental disorder, and maybe a quarter think they're not straight because it's edgy and good. Do you want your kids to be in a fucking insane asylum? Led by nothing but the finest and laziest of college majors, education majors. The report from the University College of Education and Human Development, oh fuck off, is based on a statewide survey of thousands of Minnesota principals conducted in November with a strong enough response that the college considers the findings conclusive. Among the findings, 94% agreed that student mental health challenges are a significant barrier to student learning. Why isn't it? Is student mental health? They pulled people on a fact. That's like saying, is the sky blue? This got PhDs in education, ladies and gentlemen. 94% agreed that student mental health challenges are a significant barrier to student. Who's the 6% who said it wasn't? If you're mentally ill, you're going to have. Who's the 6% that said no? No, they're fine. For Ayers, social media and technology are major contributors to the anxiety and emotional outbursts she sees students struggling with. We can all be everywhere from our living room. You've got this device in your hands that takes you from everywhere, and you can either experience everyone's pain and trauma, or you could experience a lot of people's joys, Ayers said. It impacts our students because they start to internalize all those things that we're seeing. The effects are not limited to high school students. Thanks, NPR. Really, no shit. Wow. Amelia Casilius, principal at Goodview Elementary in southeastern Minnesota, said she sees her students struggling with anxiety, depression, and friend relationships, making it hard to focus on schoolwork. Guys, don't. If you love your kids, don't send them to the schools. Homeschool them. You can't have these adult children and these ideologues raising your kids. You just can't. I'm fortunate enough to have a counselor and a school social worker in my building. Both are part-time and they're spread very thin. And we're just seeing more students needing more intense level of support than what we can offer within the school day. It's because it's not your job. In one of the rare instances, I will be sympathetic to Emily and the other principal. The mental health of your students. That's it. I'm going to bet yet, Emily Casilius and the other gal, you vote Democrat. You keep voting to replace the nuclear family with the state. To dominate these students. I don't give a shit if you could. Well, no, I don't do that. I don't give a shit whether you consciously do it or not. That's the effect. You know, all you do. I vote Democrat, but it will die. Well, you know what? That's going to lead to the fucking farmers on the food. I don't care if you. You can't make the connection. I don't give a fuck. We just need to help out single mothers. What you need is to stop helping them out so they stop having kids they can't afford. So you don't have poor kids who have horrible lives. I wonder if being raised in a broken family, I wonder if that has anything to do with it. No. It's the principal's responsibility. And by association, just so you know, NPR Codes of the South, it's all Minnesota taxpayers. Everyone, it's our responsibility. Do you have any objective measures by which we could tangibly improve your mental health and know if you're making progress? No, it's just mental health. Well, shit study called psychology where if you didn't know, they have a veracity problem. Went back retroactively tried to retest all the psychological studies, questioning the entire veracity of the field, but we need more money. Beyond Goodview's doors, casinos are target instances from providers such as the Schroeder's or practitioners. Dude, and this goes to, I just have to talk about this. So, and maybe they'll get to it in this one. But did you know there's actually a shortage? There's a shortage of education. We have now raised enough generations of Democrats, full little trophy that you can't even get people to major in education. What's happening from inside baseball, I'm on statistics, a lot of these people, kids, young people, go and major in education. So they're lazy. And then they go to school for 4 years, and then they student teach, right? They go in like an apprentice. And the number of stories I've heard, some of you guys have heard too, where the student teachers just start crying. They can't hack it. They can't hack it. And then they're like, no, I'm done. So they go to school, I don't know at what point in college education they're going to student teach. I think you're a junior, maybe even graduate, I don't know. But you've wasted at least 3 years, if not your whole year. Going and majoring, you should have, if you were to do it right, but I know too many of the education PhDs take education as a major, so you don't have time to do this. But you should have like, hey, before you even declare an education major, you gotta go student teach for like 1 month, or maybe at least a week in a shit school, where the Democrat dream of having fathers kicked out of the household and nuclear families are replaced by government check. You gotta go teach in one of those schools, and then you decide whether you want to major in education. And there was another report that I read, a little bit more empirical. They went through the shortage of teachers. There's not enough people majoring in education. The people that do graduate drop out. Like there's a hard retention. It's hard to retain teachers. Why? And so now there's this shortage. One of the easiest jobs in the world. You don't shut up. It's an easy fucking. I understand admin, and in one way it's very difficult. I get it, but don't be saying like this is working in the oil rig, doing HVAC in an attic on 100 a day. Don't tell me. They can't even get enough to major in education or stick with being teachers. And now there's a shortage of practitioners, dude. Now, I could see this in part because therapists, psychologists, which I'm claiming generally bullshit on the entire field. There is somewhat of a shortage because your typical psychology major is an idiot. But then when they find out later on that you need a master's or a doctorate to practice, they're like, and then they serve you coffee really well. But even then, like, okay, go get your master's. It's like, that's the cool hip thing. There's a shortage of practitioners. There's not a flood. Honest to God, it's unfortunately a broken window fallacy / but all this fake mental illness where you better help, and I need a therapist. Like everyone under 35 kind of needs a therapist. You all need a therapist. No, you need dad. You don't need a kick in the ass. You need to get outside and play and work out and get some sun. Nope, just need a therapist. So if we're going to have this broken window we're talking about, we're going to dig ditches and fill them back up. Y'all might as well get paid. If you are smart and savvy enough to get an undergrad degree in therapy, maybe you don't even need a master's. Just get a certification in counseling. But man, I'd go make some bank. Go make some bank. Oh my God, I think I have autism. I think I have. I'm so anxious. Yeah, if I was a lazy sack of shit that didn't work at all, I'd be a little bit anxious about the future. Just a little. But here again, I shouldn't even find the therapist. Mountains of meetings, mandates, demands. Similar to responses recorded in the 2021 surveys, principals remain overwhelmed with the amount of work they're required to do. And he said that, many said the job responsibilities far exceed the time they have to fulfill them. For Casilius, her job as principal is layered. My day is very unpredictable. I come into my day with kind of a plan I come into my day with kind of a plan of these are the things I need to work on. Oh, plan of these are the things I need to work on. This is going to be maybe my time in my office, the time I'm going to be in the classroom, throughout the day, there might be students with maybe a behavior that needs support. I asked in the mythical world somewhere in history, there was enough well-behaved children because they were raised by nuclear families they could read about. Would you have behavior problems? Maybe I need to sub instead of that's what I plan for today. In addition to last-minute disruptions, Celia said her goal of instructional leadership is thwarted by a amount of administrative tasks, district meetings, and time sheet of people. Oh. I got an idea that cut through overhead. How about we just replace self-service? There's tests. Look, I'm not kidding. What it could inevitably boil down to
I get stun locked 10
parents
fucking
with
times.
or more of a willpower kid, homeschool the kids. Then there's a certain segment of kids that can self-educate and autodidactics, and they could all graduate with a high school diploma by like 13, to be honest. That frees them up. I've had this conversation before. They could go on and get engineering degrees or accounting degrees by the time they're 18 and be making $40, $50 an hour by the time they're 20. Oh my God, did Aaron just solve the housing crisis he did? You can afford a house. And then the schools essentially become what they are already, but just there's too much bureaucratic leftover
Come on, God damn
from
it.
the original
Fuck.
structure of schools, which is to educate children. And what they should be done is to repurpose it as basically babysitting operations for kids from broken homes. And by broken homes, I don't mean like, oh, single mom, single dad, divorced family. Certainly that. But where the parents aren't going to raise their kids. Parents could be married, but oh my God, we need our SUV payment. Oh my God, I got to pay off my wife Jessica's master's in social work that she doesn't use. Kids without the parents willing to raise them, that would be the school's job. So kind of in a way, you teachers would get your dream come true where you could become the parents, right? Don't some of you teach, not all, I'm not accusing you all, but don't some of you teachers say these are not your kids? You have to stop thinking of them as your kids. You already kind of slip into it in a Freudian sense where it's like, well, my kids, which I understand you in the context, you're not like actually thinking, but some of you actually think that the state should. Isn't that your dream? Isn't that your goal? Why bother with the facade of education when all it is truly a babysitting operation for unloved, unwanted children? What it is. And then as a secondary goal, while you're there, try to educate these kids. I think it would that'd make things a lot simpler. Or do we have to keep up the facade that somehow you're educating these children? And it's not the parents or their own hard work and studying. All of you, listen to me all. Listen to me. All of you could be replaced with YouTube and the internet and the library. All of you. If we taught kids to teach themselves, all of you could be replaced. All by a fucking website. Then you wouldn't have meetings. Then you wouldn't have to worry about this shit. It's a lot, Cecilia said. It took a lot of time just to read and digest and truly understand what they were expecting. Principals across the state voiced widespread concern that many of the mandates passed in 2023 were not fully funded or supported. Who were they passed by in 2023? If I recall my Minnesota politics correctly, you still have an all
He just
Democrat
runs away?
state
Oh my God. Fuck
governorship
this game.
and the two bodies of the legislature, don't you? Oh, this is too bad. Many reported needing more information and guidance to implement the changes, as well as time to plan and train staff. One thing I will be sympathetic to the teachers is the state admin. Holy shit. The managerial bloat they all create. Just what's the word here? Like reading instruction, legislature, dozens of new laws from the legislature regarding things like reading instruction and non-exclusionary discipline. If you got the Democrats at the department, at the state, passing dozens, more than 24 or more laws about reading instruction and non-exclusionary discipline, fuck, it's over, man. It's over. I don't know how you comply with that granular level of regulatory bloat. You did vote for Democrats, right, teachers? You did vote for them. You did vote for these to be your taskmasters, right? Just want to make sure you're getting attacked by your Frankenstein monsters. Ben Backenberg leads Jordan Middle School and also serves in the Minnesota House as a Republican representative from Jordan. We passed over 65 mandates. Let me tell you, teachers, let me tell you fucking assholes something. I'm going to go fucking hiking today. My one-man operation with no meetings and no fuck you. I'm going to go fucking hike today. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to hike. I think there's a rockabilly thing going in town. Oh, Cappy might put on a Hawaiian shirt. Have fun. Have fun. Yes, I am paying taxes. Yes, I am paying property taxes to fund schools that my kids don't go to. But by God, Oh my God, by golly, here comes Wallendout Molly. Go fuck yourself with enjoy your fucking job. 65 mandates that you voted for. Can you make I'm not asking, look, I know teachers got low IQs. I'm not asking you to make the connection between, oh, for the little guy and no fucking food. Holodomor, 1920. No, Stalin was. When was the Holodomor? Somebody more knowledgeable. I'm not expecting you to make the connection between voting for the little guy and ain't no food left. Can you make the connection between voting Democrat and 65 mandates coming down? I can't imagine why you can't find people who don't want to work. Oh. Passed over 65 mandates on schools last year, and some of them were really good ones. But then if we're going to do that, we need to make sure that we're very, very explicit in when it's expected back set back. That's the biggest thing when I looked at the survey we added. There was all this pent-up stuff, especially around discipline, that people want to get done. It's negatively impacting kids right now. Please, back and forth, maybe you actually do give a shit about kids. You're not a Democrat. But please don't act like your institution gives a shit. Knock it off and try to be good. Oh, what someone think of it? All teachers are. All the teacher union is you grab a kid, put a gun to its head, say, give us more money or the kid gets it. That's pretty much what the school districts teach that. Not all, I know. There's some good teachers out there. But that's mostly what the professional teachers do. Many principals reported doing less work now than they were in 2021 on culturally responsive leadership. Well, there's your problem. That's likely due to a lack of time and fear about potential divisiveness within our communities. Well, the Democrats did sow that divisiveness, right? Everyone's racist, everyone's sexist. You created this nightmare, right? You taught everyone the most important thing about them is not who they are or what they do, what they're going to do with their lives, their principles and ethics. It's all what skin color, what genitalia do you like to lick, what genitalia do you have, right? Am I right, Democrat? Of course I'm right. And now it's biting you in the ass. You pit the black kids against the Asian kids, against the white kids, against the Latino
Jesus!
kids. You pit straight versus not straight. Girls versus boys, right?
This whole fucking game
I'm
is
sure
just
no
gets
teacher
stunned
ever
over and
mentioned
over
you
again.
never need no man, right? You never said that. Oh my God, the kids are starting to rally under banners, which is flags of their traits. Imagine that. You got issues. What a circus. What a fucking macabre, sad, victimful circus. There's a lot of victims called the kids. Despite many concerns raised in 2023 surveys, many school leaders are generally satisfied with the job, say they were working slightly less than 2021, although they're still averaging 57 hours per week. That's what an executive should be doing. It's all right for a principal, you're an executive. That's what you should be doing. People that choose to go into education will do it because they want to love and serve kids. Fuck you, you liar. Who said that? Backenberg. Okay, Backenberg, maybe you. Maybe you. Don't speak for the other teachers. They go there because they're lazy and they want to do their job. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, the magic. Typical Minnesota Republican. Well, we're just here to help children, aren't we? Why are you sharpening your knives? No other reason people are not going into education to indoctrinate kids to push their political agenda. Are you fucking joking me back? God, typical Minnesota Republicans. No, they want to do that. They just want to do that. It's not very Minnesota. We need to get back to respecting educators. Fuck you. Heckler wants to see school systems try different approaches to develop and encourage relationships, professional development on topics like culturally responsive pedagogy and instructional leadership. How about you don't require that, and that time is down? How about, we think to put out the fires, we should throw more gasoline on it. That should solve the problem. Fine, do it. I don't care. The problem with that, she acknowledges we never want to spend more money on administration. Fine. There you go. And then, that's one. Let me catch up on the super chats really quick. Then we're gonna go. What happens? We'll go to another example where you've raised nothing but a bunch of Democrats. That's all you get to pay for. True $5. You know what? Let me skip it. I didn't realize. Hang on. New York Post. I know it's kind of sensationally in. Google fires 28 employees involved in sit-in protest over $1.2 billion deal. Now, if I recall correctly, Google, based on your Gemini AI, you got a little bias against the white males on that, huh? And you are leftist. I mean, now I understand why you might be against it, but you're leftist.
Oh my God, come on!
You're in San Francisco, in Silicon Valley. You're like, let's all make a lot of money, but have it taxed away at 65%. Because it was popular to be socialist accounting. You hire all the diversity and inclusion. Fucking culture. And here we go. Google has fired 28 employees over the participation in a 10-hour sit-in at the Search Giants offices in New York and Sunnyvale, California. Protest the company's business ties with the Israeli government. The Post is known. Pro-Palestinian staffers who wore traditional Arab headscarves as they stormed and occupied the office of a top executive in California on Tuesday were terminated late Wednesday after an internal investigation. Google Vice President of Global Security Chris Rackow said in the company-wide memo. Wait a minute! I'm confused! Help me out! You are obviously politically for Palestine, right, Google? Because that's what it's for, right? You are leftists, after all, are you not? But now you hired a bunch of leftists, and then the leftist protests, but now we got to get rid of them. Was terminated late Wednesday after an internal investigation. Google they took over office spaces, defaced our property, and work of other Googlers, Cal wrote in a memo obtained by the Post. Their behavior was unacceptable, extremely disruptive, and made coworkers feel threatened. What? Really? Leftists? Woke leftist 20-somethings that had nothing but Democrat bullshit shoved up their ass by the schools that were aforementioned we talked about the past 30 minutes.
Oh my God, are you just leaving?
You're saying, hang on, let me get this straight. We all know Democrats have the right answer on everything. Socialism the answer, leftism is the answer, wokeism is the answer, diversity is the answer. We know the most important thing about people is traits they were born with or ethnically hailed from in this particular instance. And it's not what they do, but that they believe the correct leftist thing. So let's say you're white bread kid from the suburbs and you've never been outside Nebraska, but you go to the University of California, Berkeley, and you find out that, well, hey, if I support the Palestinians, then I'm right. And you also, tell me if I'm wrong here, leftists, you also tell them the most important thing about them is not what they do or if they're a talented developer or programmer at Google, but their beliefs, their political beliefs. And you encourage them to go and protest, and they're going to, it's more important that we change the world. And I bet you if I went to Alphabet website, there would be diversity and inclusion, and the politics would be leftist, and the environment, sustainable, right? We all agree, but all of a sudden, when you hire these people,
he's going somewhere else.
Can you
oh my God, bro!
That they protest and pout and throw a little tantrum? I had no idea. Man, I wonder if there was a time in history where you could trust, where kids were raised by nuclear families to shut the fuck up, be quiet about shit they don't know, do a good job to the point that they would be responsible enough to bring guns to school and have a marksmanship. I wonder if there was a point in time. In New York, protesters had occupied the 10th floor of Google's offices in the Chelsea section of Manhattan as part of a protest that also extended the company's offices in Seattle for what it called No Tech for Genocide Day of Action. Behavior like this has no place in our workplace, and we will not tolerate it, Raquel wrote. But don't you encourage it? I'm confused. Who did, hang on, can I look at, Google's political donations. Open secrets, lobbying, 14 million. Oh, that's years ago. Friends of Democracy, Senate Majority, DNC, Democrat, National Republican. So you did donate to the Republic. Oh, okay. So they highlight it red and blue. How convenient. All right, let's look at this. So it's color coded. 60% of your money is donated to Democrats, and 39% is donated to Republicans. Oh, that's congressional candidates. Incumbents, non-incumbent, House. Majority Democrat. Senate. Oh, here. Wow, almost 2/3 go to the Democrats. All federal candidates, 60% Democrats. This is pretty cool. What OpenSecrets.org kind of interesting. Although the data is from 2014, 2022. Okay, go to 2022. It's still 2022. It's kind of old data. I just wondering who you're donating to. Just wondering who you're donating to. Behavior like this, no place will not tolerate. The Carl wrote, the clearly violates multiple policies and conduct policy on harassment, discrimination, retaliation, standards of conduct, and workplace consumers. You know, I'm sure, in fairness to you, I'm sure they have policies like, nope, you're not allowed to talk politics, you're not allowed to do this and that. But outside of that, really come on, who have you been cheering on this entire time? I understand people just like Trump. I get it. What the fuck, man? Every society has disproportionate. Society has raised children, and it has been by all of our institutions to raise petulant little children who are activists. You have also ingrained an operating system of leftist socialism and whatever else. Not only do they have a woke value system, but they have a leftist work ethic, which is zero. And if they are going to work, you instead of it's so insulting. I know my audience is minority, men and women, but it is so insulting that we have contributed to a society and culture that raises people to think that the most important things, traits they will bring, and not what they do. Or that there's more important things than what fucking tribe or cult or group you belong to, but rather what you go and work for or stand for. And I would also add you got these egotistical people as well, egotistical ideologues. Then it's still like, wow, I'm a proud Google engineer. Nope, I protested the thing. Very, very clearly in Hollywood, where it's not, I'm a great programmer, I'm a great writer, I'm a great director. Nope, I'm a leftist first, and the product fucking suffers. What did you think was going to happen? What are we on? 3 generations now of Marxist leftist bullshit? This is, deep down, see, leveling with you, when you were in school and college, what is it? Evil corporations, evil Republicans. That was the baseline. And I wasn't in school when the millennials were, but holy shit, you guys lied to about how important your shit was. And I can't imagine, Zoomers probably the same thing, just millennials version 2.0. And now you're shocked when you raise kids to be entitled, mentally ill, leftist ideologues who value everything based on their politics. You're shocked that they don't work. You're shocked you don't have enough people applying for a job. You're shocked you got people who can't even handle one day of student. Democrats, you've become so successful, you shot yourself in your own hand. You can't even find workers to work in large Democrat institutions. Think think about that. You raise such lazy, self-entitled adult children that you can't find teachers. I'm not saying the Democrat institution, whether it be corporate institution, legal institution, political institution, whatever it is, these institutions, take the Democrat Party for example. The Democrat Party itself, like any other organization, does require work to run. I'm wondering, what about the... I'd be very curious. Does the Democrat Party, hey, do they have trouble finding staff? You have trouble finding regular workers at the institute? Because you've so successfully raised a generation and new generations now, people just don't want to work? Oh my God, that's all I can't do it. And here, you got YouTube, Google, Alphabet, which, criticize it as you might for politics, it is still a premier, impressive, serious company. What they're doing, the technology, what it's accomplished, I'm fine. Politics has been cool. But here you have a real serious institution. You got leftist ideological dipshits that you partly contributed to. It's like the snake eating itself. What did you think was going to happen? My latest book, it takes the angle from the sexes, but it's another angle one could look at is in terms of producing parasites. You can't keep raising a bunch of parasites. You can't keep raising a bunch of dysfunctional people who might have the capacity to be productive, but their politics and their ideology that you instilled in them gets in the way. And I go on about the mistake economy and labor force participation. How is Google or a large tech company of all things going to operate when a higher and higher percentage of people put more value on whatever horseshit leftist politics put into their minds versus show the fuck up, do your job, and then go do your shit outside of work? Example I use in my book is how do you keep up the electrical grid? That's very interesting.
Damn it.
Fragile system. Shit, YouTube, Google, that's even more intricate, I gotta imagine. What are you gonna be able to maintain your empire, let alone grow it, with a bunch of people like, I need a social anxiety day. I'm gonna protest. Fired staffers are affiliated with a group called No Tech for Apartheid. All right, there's some ideologues you hired, which has been critical of Google's response to the Israel-Hamas war. The group had posted several videos and live streams of the protests on its X account, including the exact moment the employees were issued final warnings arrested by local police for trespassing. The protesters, oh, here's a white woman with the Israeli guard, Middle Eastern garb. Attention, whore. Protesters have demanded that Google pull out of a $1.2 billion Project Nimbus contract in which Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services provide cloud computing and artificial intelligence service for the Israeli government and military. Well, I have a question. Does Google work with, I don't know, Iran? Does Google work with Iraq? I'd imagine they do. Expert on IT contracts. The impact of workers blasted Google over the firings in the stadium for Tesla Apartheid Social Chung. This evening, Google indiscriminately fired. No, they didn't. I love this. See, now the YouTuber, and not the Google executives get to be accused of bullshit they're not getting. Now you're getting bit by your own. You're getting bit by your own Frankenstein monsters. Here's an attack coming from your own Frankenstein monster. Google indiscriminately fired 28 workers and those among us who did not directly participate in yesterday's historic bike postal 10-hour sit-in protest with this decision. This flagrant act of retaliation is a clear indication. Hey, you hired activists. Congratulations. All you institutions in America you raised, and now you're going to have no choice but to hire activists. Congratulations. Flagrant act of retaliation is a clear indication that Google values its $1.2 billion contract with the genocidal Israeli government and military more than its own workers. Well, yeah, $1.2 billion is worth a lot more than extremely highly paid people. I'm just kidding. The one who create real value for executives and shareholders. Sundar Pichai and Thomas Curry are genocide profiteers. So, that, oh God, is that Sundar and Thomas, I believe, are the executives. Now, I'm not saying the card-carrying Democrats, but kind of skew a little left. And now you're being accused of genocide. I wonder if that's like when I was in my 20s, and I was, at these various house parties, and I was called the literal Nazi for wanting low taxes, school vouchers, balanced budgets. How's that feel, guys? How does it feel to be accused of some of the most heinous things when you're just trying to run a business? Referring to Google.
Oh, get down!
CEO
Fuck!
Cloud unit, respectively. We
Oh
cannot
my
comprehend
God.
how these men are able to sleep at night
This
while the
fucking
tech
game, bro.
has enabled 100,000 Palestinians killed, reported missing or wounded in the last 6 months of Israel's genocide and counting. The New York Police Department spokesperson said the Tuesday protest involved approximately 50 participants. In total, and confirmed 4 arrests were made for trespassing inside the Google building. Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety said the protest in California consisted of around 80 participants. A total of 5 protesters received to leave the office were arrested without incidents with no trespassing. Conveniently learned. Last month, Google fired a software engineer who publicly blasted one of the company's Israeli-based executives during a tech conference. Let me, and here's another one. The article goes on. For all you, I remember that guy getting fired. They had video of it where he started shouting and protesting in the middle of a meeting, and everyone's like, "Oh, dude, knock it off!" No. You Google employees, you generally, not all, you vote for this, right? This is what happens. I'm fascinated to this day. Like, my old man, friends of mine from the past, were like, I guess you were right. I'm like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? You can't have an ideology of woe is me and it's oppression and victimhood and boo-hoo-hoo. Don't you know human nature? They'll take any advantage they can to avoid working, including parasiting off work. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Like, I'm not the second coming of Christ in economics, but, most people I figured out were assholes pretty young. What, you didn't think they were going to take the free money? Are you sick of this shit yet? I don't see things changing. What Warhammer, just turns out they're gone woke. I don't know how much Warhammer, the video game, cost to develop, but it was a lot. All that money's gone now because you decided to be political. Look, you can't have a functioning labor market and therefore economy. You can't have a society when your workers are ideologues, but of a petulant, parasitic, lazy ideology. You just can't. If you had, in a weird sense, the ideology could work the other way, let's go to Japan circa the 1960s to the 1980s, where you had that work till death culture, which albeit did boost GDP, but probably had some drawbacks psychologically speaking. All right, so an ideology can kind of work in your favor, but if it's pro-work, pro-nationalism, which isn't a bad thing. There's nothing wrong about being pro-Japan. So we got the Japanese from, if you want to talk about an economic miracle, look at what the Japanese people did from the 50s on to about the 90s. So if your ideology is about hard work and discipline, you can have gun clubs at schools. But when you raise kids on a childish, petulant, parasitic, and crybaby ideology, what the fuck? What the fuck do you think is going to happen? Oh, we can't find employees. No one wants to work. No shit, really. Because I thought you told everyone that they're just brave and amazing and they're entitled to all this free shit. You raised a generation after generation of good Democrats. All your young adults for the past 3 generations have been good Democrats. And you're shocked the work has gone to shit. People don't show up on time. People don't show up at all. People aren't even in meetings or going to interviews. You're shocked there's a labor shortage. And then when they do get hired, I need time off. I need to pick up my kids. I need that. Oh, I can't work. Why are there so many mistakes? Not to say Republicans don't make mistakes at work. I know that. Go hire any contractor out there. Any red state contractor or blue state contractor. And fine, I don't care if they vote Republican, they make mistakes too. But you don't need to create a mental work philosophy that increases the number of mistakes or the number of people who don't show up. And I just love it where it comes to bite you in your own ass, where you have these adult, mentally ill children who believe more in whatever variant philosophy of a parasitic work ethic life philosophy or self-aggrandizement and trait-based philosophy. And you're shocked that they're not hard work, that they actually turn around and bit their hand that fed them. Absolutely shocked. All right, let's go to the Super Bowl. Drew, $5. I'm working in an all libtard organization. That's why I'm leaving. It's toxic, no boundaries, and people pleasing. Work newsletters are woke. Right. See, here's another thing, Drew. The 65 mandates and the bureaucratic bloat of any public school system. So that's a tremendous waste of resources. It just consuming people's time that they got to deal. They got to be on the ground. They got to be fighting the war. They can't be sitting next to them and strategizing all day. You got to execute on the war. Same thing there. Even newsletters. Why is there a newsletter? Why? Why does your employer need a newsletter? Fuck off with that shit. Get in there, work. Everyone should have the mentality of this is where we make the money, not doing what we like, to make as much money as possible in the quickest time as possible, and then get the fuck out and go live our lives. So you can do protesting, political activism if you want. But man, let me ask the institution, you leaders of institutions. So you had to combine your politics with your work, right? Obviously, you can't just develop programs and products and everyone goes, oh, no, you do have to have. Look at the meeting where they had a meeting at Google. These are highly paid, might disagree on politically, but very intelligent people with a lot of opportunity costs. You are leading a fucking multi-billion-dollar corporation. They're talking about Donald fucking Trump. What the fuck? It'd be no different than, it's World War II. They're planning for Operation Overlord, and Eisenhower and Monty and Omar, and they're all talking about what I don't know, the baseball statistics back in the States. What the fuck are you doing? Ken Rose, $2, just gives a thumbs up. Oh, the most beautiful woman in all Minnesota. 2020 rise above 20 generous dollars. Daddy Captain, love you for everything you do here. I'm not even there anymore, sweetheart. Get out of Minnesota. I know you got obligations, sweetheart. You gotta get out of Minnesota. You just gotta get out. Go south, go north. Find a rich man. Nonstop Dre, $2. But Cappy, not one treats kids like you treat dogs. You're right. I discipline dogs. I will spank dogs. And guess what? Then the dogs behave. And I know there's Stefan Molyneux and Phil Foster would disagree with me. But kids, I would say kids need to be spanked. They would argue, no, they need to be disciplined. And there are accommodations and research that support that. But yes, you need to discipline kids. And you can't, I love society. Pretty much starting from the age I was born, like the 70s, right? Where you said you didn't need men. Where you boomers and consequential successive generations, you social science people, thought you knew how to raise society and raise families. Wow, this really matters. I love seeing you do it. I love it. Keep on seeing what happens when you don't have dads. Keep on seeing when you don't have men. Ooh, toxic masculinity, that's bad. Yep. See what happens when you have essentially society raised by an all-female or female skewed. Love to see. Keep on going. Oh my God, little Jimmy is fighting Bobby. Wonder why. Let's sit down and talk. Jimmy, we don't do that. Drew, $2. People who have left my job are much happier. Yeah, well, I mean, that's any job, pretty much. Nonstop Dre, $2. NPR, aka Normie Propaganda Radio. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, but all media, dude, you need data. Go get data and statistics. You don't need a journalist lying / interpreting the reality for you. Just go get the data. for the king. My truth, the king. My favorite of all of them is APM, American Public Media, from good old North Midwest, with gems such as Prairie Home Companion, Detective Noir, and such. That was NPR, wasn't it? And maybe American Public Radio, because that both were Garrison Keillor. Big socialist, big Democrat, got accused of sexual harassment by a person. And then he went away. You voted for it. You voted for it, Garrison. And Garrison Keillor, though, a loathsome, despicable leftist parasite. I will admit he was a good writer. And his work, such as Guy Noir and Prairie Home, they were clever. They were really clever. But too bad. Now his legacy, which probably wouldn't have marred any guy's legacy. Oh, he's inappropriate with a man. Or a woman, I should say. Accused of it. Okay, whatever. He got drunk at a party. All right. That's it. By the value system leftists have set up. Oh my God! A man made a pass at a woman. Somebody go back to 1987. Let's do the 700 Club and clutch our pearls. Get the religious right. Scarlet, $5. How long before the economic collapse? Don't know. Can't tell you when. Like if you ask me when, I knew the housing market was going to go down. I didn't know when. That's the hard part. Scarlet, $10. I don't care about the future. I won't know those people. I don't care about the past. I didn't know those people. Is the general hedonistic apathy that is destroying everything, in my opinion. Well, let me ask you this, Scarlet. Okay, you can't know people of the past. There are people you could admire from the past. But the people of the future, yeah, you won't be there. But the people of the present, kind of like that's all you could care about. And do they really give you an incentive to give a shit today? What? Past and future, fine, I got it. You got kids that now you have invested interest. But where a lot of people are kind of like, oh, we gotta save America. Let's just stop for a second. Exactly what has really, ask, how have you been treated by your own peer group? Forget different black, white, Democrats, Republicans, Californians, Texans. Just in your own personal life, how has the average person? And the answer is poorly. Unless you're incredibly lucky. Everyone's trying to screw you over. I mean, like everything, like Discount Tire, trying to fuck you with a $150 fee you don't need. The majority of the people you date, majority of people don't even show up for the date nowadays. Your teachers lied to you. Most of you just got raisins for your college degrees. Employers, I'm not saying you're entitled to a job, but employers are treated like shit. I don't even mean paid. It's like, well, yeah, here's your job offer. Oh, well, we rescind it. That shit, holy fuck, don't even get me started. Generally, most people have treated you like shit. So why should you care about this particular society? This society, the vast majority of people in it, and I include Republicans in it. I don't care if there's an R in front of your name. Fuck off with that shit. Most Republicans I've dealt with are assholes. A debauched, shitty, low caliber, unethical society deserves to get punished. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to go punish. I just let life happen to them. And so that's your app. How can you care about people that don't care about you? Now, I'm not trying to be too dark and dire. Yes, there have been good people in my life. Yes, there are parts of society I want. But really, sit down and ask yourself that question. How is society treated me? And it's treated you pretty poorly. Everyone is out to fuck you over, pretty much. And so, okay. See how far this community goes. Nonstop Drake, $2. You assume that parents actually care about their kids. No, I don't. No, as per the previous super chat, Dre, the vast majority of parents don't love their kids. They love their SUV more than anything. It's just a car. It's just a car. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Most American parents love their government checks, their Section 8 housing, their fucking college degrees, their career, the shit it fucking buys, their SUV, their McMansion in the suburbs, their fucking granite countertops, more than they love their children. Because if they love their children more, they'd stay married, and one would homeschool or at least raise the child. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Scarlet, $20. Vote to increase taxes 0.5 for the next 30 years to make teacher salaries competitive. Vote to increase taxes another 0.5 for the next 30 years to increase the school district. Make it competitive every election cycle. Here. We could give the teachers, give the public schools $1 trillion. Okay, we could. Right now, roughly, maybe 12 gets, I think, $600 billion, and higher education, colleges, get another $600 billion. So it's 1.2 trillion a year, double the money. The system is broken. You could throw all the money in the world, give them all laptops, it won't matter. You have kids that are not raised, you have fatherless children, you have spineless teachers that don't care to teach. The teacher's hands are so tied behind the back that you can't discipline the kids. And you have a huge ideological push to separate children based on race and gender, and all. And then you also have amoral, lazy people disproportionately going into education. That's what goes into education. Lazy, amoral. So lazy, in fact, they can't even handle that. Thanks for the 20, by the way. Doc Paradox, $2. Hey, now, I care about my kids. All none of them. Right. The irony is I care more about the average kid probably than the vast majority of the parents. At least I have the decency not to lie to them. Generation Apollo, $5. It's the nature of man to make monsters, and it's the nature of monsters to destroy their creators. Good quote. Probably from somebody more intelligent than me. Society reaping karma for lying to young people. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. You told a generation of people that a parasitic ideology is more important than the love and commitment and the relationships they would form with other people. And I would say freedom. You have convinced 3 generations at least to vote against their long-term interests when they were young and stupid and actually believed in free shit. You've managed to do that. And now, shock, spinsters my age, heaviest consumers of antidepressants. No one's happy, everyone's fat and unfuckable, and you girls keep mutilating your body with fucking tattoos and it's like, of all the things, of all the crown jewels of a society, beautiful women would be like, there it is, like a beautiful painting, or some architectural artwork, beautiful artwork. Even something simple as beautifully maintained grounds. Like it's beautiful. And I think, culturally speaking, beautiful women. Look, our women are beautiful. I just think that would be kind of the crown jewel, the hope diamond of the collection of all of the cultural. If female beauty is any measure of metric as to the value and quality and caliber of our society, we are so fucked. We are so low grade. We are one of the ugliest fucking civilizations in the world. Oh god. Cappy loves the power walk. I mean, how dare you, sir? Trey, of all the things you've accused me of. Oh my gosh, that's on par of calling me a life coach. Power walk. Orbital. New guys, as soon as I enter Minnesota, I want to leave every time. Yeah, Minnesota is not for sane, healthy, normal people. It's devils and dupes. That's all it is, devils and dupes. Dre, $2. Operation Evil, baby shape, salt, and pepper shake. Normadol, $2 USA, corporate cannibalism until yeah, that's another one. Corporate leaders are short-sighted. They don't go forward. And they just manage short-term. Oh my god, why did the corporation go bankrupt? Why did we have to close down? Why did we have to close down the video game studio? We had the ugliest, fattest, most lesbian women in the entire video game. I don't know why they shut it down. Our hero was unfuckable. Non-stop Dre, $2. Cappy's a proud part of alumni life. But there it is. There's the insult. There's the insult. Colin K, $2. TPS report. I need a mental health day. Hashtag triggered. Mike for $5 says nothing to say. PI. Gabby, I think you mean patriotism, not nationalism. Okay, yes, good distinction. Correct. Yes. I've never had anything against nationalism on the functional usage of the word. When you say not, and that means we gotta go kill the people who ain't in our nation. When we go to war against the French, that if you're wondering what European history was, it was the Roman Empire, and then the French and English just fought each other a lot. And then it was World War I. They got together. That's it. You don't have to study European history. I just explained it all to you. From the collapse of the Roman Empire to today. But yes, good distinction. You are correct. Nonstop Dre, $2. Aren't most kids' mistakes nowadays for people? Oopsie. Yeah. Maybe not. No, to be intellectually honest, one of the few good bits of information coming out is that young girls' teen pregnancy is actually down to some of the lowest in history, not in history, but recent history. So I think young ladies are starting to realize that having kids is one thing you could credit the girl boss movement with doing is that it convinced young women, young girls, like teenagers, not to get pregnant. That education and career is the most important thing. And so even women who were traditionally on welfare, whether that's trailer trash or ghetto trash or whatever, they're like, no, I need to go to college and here's birth control, abortion or whatever. And so now the younger generation, the ones who have the most kids out of wedlock, I do believe are women in their 30s because girl boss stuff. And they know it. And they're all very happy. Trust me. $5. Indoctrination is powerful. There's no official organization, but subtle nod winks, having each other look back. Yes, there's a general look. The incentive is human laziness, and everyone will consciously and unconsciously rally around it, which is why environmentalists would be for feminists, which will be for classics, general class, or racists for the social socialism. And so they all kind of, because what unites them is free money. Their excuse is different. Oh, the environment war. Oh, we're minorities. Oh, we have the giants. Give us free money. But it's all free money. So yeah, they are unconsciously and philosophically aligned with reality. Not at all. $2. Have you dieseled any gravelly today? No, I haven't. Gosh, that's going to be 12 years ago that I did that. I wasn't even successful when I tried to do that the first time. I heard of rattlesnake one time I went out there. Didn't have any success. I don't think I'll be doing it in South Dakota. The Plains Warrior, 556. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nonstop Dre. Nice Nonstop Dre, $2. Spare the backhand, spoils by woman and. Are you just waiting for people to say something to spoof on them? I stepped in San Francisco shit, $5. When parents abdicate responsibility, creates power vacuum in an individual's ethics. And that laziness is how bad ideas spread. Absolutely. And how easy is it to sell to kids that, oh, you're entitled to shit, and it's somebody else's fault. And then choose from which any one of the many boogeyman that you're going to blame. White men, Republicans in the Senate, Trump. You still got idiots blaming Ronald Reagan. Jews, men, even to ours at women. It's like, no, just... Yeah, I'm entitled to free shit. The problem is they never grow up. Guarantee you the same people who protested at Google or YouTube are the same mentality as they were when they were like 9 years old. Nonstop Drake, $2. The only thing worse than hate is indifference, correct? Scarlet, 5 generous bucks again. I don't want them to raise the taxes. I'm just saying that the same nonsense we see on the ballot is done by 1,000 bucks tax-wise. Right, which is why I always look at government spending to GDP. If you want to know what the actual real tax rate is in your country, it's government spending, total government spending, state, federal, local, divided by GDP. There it is. Here in the United States, I believe, I'd have to look it up, it's somewhere around 40. Maybe a little lower, maybe a little bit higher, but it's somewhere around 40. I don't care if it's a sales tax. I don't care if it's a property tax. I don't care if it's a fee. how much money did all the governments take divided by our total income? There's your tax. Apparently, this is a hard concept to get people to look into. They just don't understand it. But what about licensure fees? Yes, that's in there. But what about, like, oh my God, what about debt? That's in there too. It's not hard, people. It's not hard. Total government spending divided by total income. There's your tax rate. And we're at 40%. We do not have a capitalist nation. Oh, well, technically, the difference between Leninism and Marxism is the size of your fucking needle dick. Not at all. $2. Parents choose to be happy over being right and hate kids. Be happy over. Close. I agree with what you're saying. They aim to be happy over being right and hate kids. But they do not achieve happiness because in order to be happy, you have to be right. Because if you make decisions that are wrong, are not based in reality, you will not have the success you need long-term to achieve happiness or contentment. What is more likely descriptive of what the average American does is they choose short-term dopamine hits, or let's just call it short-term happiness. I think it's euphemistic, but they choose the immediate happiness that comes with making an easy choice. That means they avoid work and they get to postpone, or they get to extend their belief that they won't have to work, but in due time, reality will come and punish them for making the wrong choice, which will result in long-term unhappiness. And whether they hate kids or not doesn't matter, but they definitely love themselves more than their children. And so a girl who chooses to major in early childhood education is wrong. Before the short term, or at least those 4 years she goes to school, I mean, have to tell them blah, 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 blah. Like, the education majors get pacifiers in college. You get to suck on that. Like, blah, 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 blah. There's a temporary delusional happiness, but then the rest of her life is miserable. Girls choose to be a girl boss and get caught up in that bullshit, mentally ill, psychological fanfare. But then they're miserable and crying themselves to sleep for the rest of their days when they got to spend $50,000 to have 3 eggs frozen, of which have a 0.5% chance of actually resulting in a non-Down syndrome baby kid. Hateful alpha widows have beta kids to get back at alpha. Kids out of wedlock, you mean? Or like they sperm jack a guy? Doc Paradox, $2. Nonstop Dre 360's caps going power walking. Oh, is that a thing anymore? Do people power walk anymore? My Truth, The King, $5. But in all seriousness, APM Broadcast Marketplace, my favorite of my local NPR station in the world with Marco Warming, gives us a micro and a macro. I like Money Planet on NPR. Look, just because it's a leftist government organization doesn't mean they can't do good work. What was it? What do you know? With I forgot. There were some good programs they had. There's some good stuff, but the vast majority of it is just it's Pravda. It's government talking points. Like, you just shut up. And what's funny is NPR and NPR, they might have had some kind of established reputation, just like the journalism industry did, say, 30 years ago. Now you're a fucking joke. No one believes you. Eric Solvey, 50 Norwegian kroners. Here is money. What's the kroner to dollar rate? 11.5. So that's $6. Thanks for the $6, man. Nonstop Drake, $2. Cappy is truly a 2 ahead of his time. Yes, I am. Doc Paradox, $5. Counter argument. China, opposite approach, same results. Schools obsolete due to the internet. Working is futile because of government corruption. Right. You can't just fix one thing and fuck it up on the others. Like, for example, until we purge American employers of baby boomer managerial philosophy, which is sitting on there with my thumb up my ass and everyone can suck my dick, okay? Until you start making employers accountable, until you eliminate employers irrational demands for college degrees and master's degrees for entry-level jobs. Until you fix that problem, in a certain sense, it doesn't matter what you do with your education industry. We could fix the education industry. We could get it so that kids graduate from high school by the age of 12 if they want, if they're capable. We could fix it so that, like, you could get there's a way to have free college degree. I've explained it. I have a video how to make higher education a free right in America. There's a way to do it. We could, I don't know, do you want to save $600 billion a year? Don't listen to the economist. He doesn't know anything. It won't even require more taxation. We could fix it all, but if we don't fix the labor market or the way people are allowed to get jobs, it'll be at best a slight improvement. Or it'll be a drastic improvement because kids wouldn't be going to school all the time and not learning anything. The whole supply chain needs to be perfected. It needs to have all the kinks where it has to work. You can't just fix your ignition and the car starts up. The starter's got to work. Your spark plugs have to work. The valves and the engine has to work. All of it has to work. And so that's great. China's fixing one thing, but they're not fixing the other thing. Generation Apollo, $5. They want obedient workers just smart enough to operate machines without questioning the increase in these shitty jobs. Now they don't even have that. Exactly. They don't even have that. Imagine, like, the next evolution I forecast, which isn't that big of a forecast because you can already see it happening. The next step is going to be, I can't work because I'm mentally ill. I think, go back, watch my video, Stop Taking Mental Illness. 42% of Gen Z claim they have a mental illness. Dude, I can't do anything. I'm too depressed. I have this. I have agoraphobia. I have fear. And this is gonna be the come to Jesus moment where you're gonna look at the teachers, you're gonna look at the psychologists, you're gonna look at our institutions and our leaders. Like, are you gonna call bullshit on this? Are you gonna slap them across the face, spank them in the ass, kick them in the ass, say, knock it the fuck off? 42% of you are not mental. What if it is like 80% of people just can't show up to work? Oh. Are you going to indulge them, or are you going to let society collapse because you literally don't have electricity? I mean, Juan can only do so much. He can only trim so many trees, roof so many houses. He can't now, on top of it, go become an electrical engineer and make the electrical grid go. Nominal, $2. We aren't capitalists anymore? That makes sense. No, we're not. We're quasi-capitalist, quasi-social. We're like a light socialist, light capitalist. We're not full Marxist, not by any stretch. But we have a quasi-nationalized healthcare system. You have a welfare state. You have income security. You have an old person social security retirement system. That's a government program. And just, again, I would say, what would you call an economy where 40% of the money is taxed? Is it a European social? I think like Sweden. You know those countries in the Nordic countries, the ones that really hate themselves? Like, they got tax rates of around like 55 to 65%. That's socialist. That's square socialism, I would call. And then you have a dwindling remaining few where there's pure communism, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, where, the government owns everything. How great is that working for you? Yeah, but we're a socialist light economy. I don't know how things going. Did GDP go down to half of what it used to be? Oh, okay. Because back in the day, where I believe children were raised correctly, to the point they could carry guns to school and have a gun club, a marksmanship club, was also when GDP was growing at like 4.25%, and government spending to GDP was around, I think it was like 20%. It was half of what it is today. I'd have to refresh my numbers. Nonstop Dre, $2. Why do adults complain about life not being fair? Because they're children. They're children. Hontingu, $5. I'm going to forge my own soy jack army and harem of pro-choice femme bi chicks. Hail to the wasteland. It's gonna be some ugly children, man. It's gonna be some hideous looking children. Ross the Skunk, $5. To the ladies that agree with Cappy, if any of you are single and in Fort Worth, how you doing? If you girls are interested in finding a guy, let me know. However, and Ross, let me tell you something. We tried this before, and there was very limited success. Matter of fact, the only success I had was Chad. All the other girls, which I think numbered around 7 or 8, would flake on the guys, never emailed the guy back. Because I have. It's like, oh, this guy, yeah, are you in there? Oh, I'm really interested. I'm like, okay, here's the guy. And these were good guys. And then I set them up on the email. And like, hey, is that girl ever going to email me back? I'm like, well, didn't she email you? Like, yeah, we emailed a little bit, but then she never emailed me back. One guy even got stood up. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to take a deposit, an insurance deposit from women. I want to meet a guy. Cool. That'll be $500. And I'm going to hold it in escrow. And then I'm going to set you up with this guy. And you can get $400 of it back when it is verified to me by that guy who actually showed up on the date. In the meantime, I get to keep all $500. And apparently that's the only way to get to women, conservative or not, to show the fuck up for a date. My truth, the king, $2. We need Emperado Captain Culero, aka Captain, Cappy. No, I don't want to lead. I want to be left alone. I stepped in San Francisco shit, $2. The Emperor is in a jockstrap. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty good. He's wearing a jockstrap at best. All right, that's it for today. Go ahead, subscribe, all that other shit. Link below. For those of you who were raised by Democrats, which most of you have been because you went to the schools. For those of you where life is not going the way it was supposed to, it's because you didn't have a father. And if you would like to have these life lessons that are so desperately needed but cannot be taught to you by a 24-year-old child with their degree in early childhood education, or all the pansified male teachers like, oh my god, no. Which might have also been your dad. He might have been there, but he was a pussy. P-U-S-S-Y. He's a pussy because he don't want to try. Anyway, things are going the way your parents says because your parents lied to you, either maliciously or out of ignorance. Take the course link below, The Dad You Never Had. It's available on Teachable. And also link to that if you are Democrats and you don't have a work ethic or you're just lazy. There's a course called How to Stop Being Lazy, which is the much shorter course, and that is one chapter, by the way. It's broken out from the Dad You Never Had course. So if you want just a quick 1-hour deal, How to Stop Being Lazy is the intro course, and I guess you can take the full course later on. There's always Bachelor Pad Economics, the financial advice Bible for men for getting your financial shit together. And then what else would be fun? What else could be? Sanity is the future of wealth. I want you to think of all these kids raised without fathers. Mom was a strong girl boss lady. She also needed to do OnlyFans to pay off her student loan debt for her MBA. You were outsourced to the teachers. You were raised to believe that you can do anything and somehow there'd be a $125,000 a year job at the end of it, and you graduated with a shit ton of debt, found out you were lied to. Or maybe you weren't, but for those of you that choose to continue to believe that none of that was your fault, well, none of it was your fault. But those of you who continue to believe the lies instead of saying, this is bullshit, I was lied to, make choices in your life to get out of it. You people will have lives. You will save your life. You will salvage what remains of your life and make something out of it. But then there are the people who believe it. There are the people who, today, go and think it's a good idea to protest Google and do a sit-in. Those people are insane, and insane people suffer. So if you want to find out where the average leftist ends up in their life and how their life lives, go get the essay, Sanity is the Future of Wealth. I want you all to be wealthy, and it will not be money that is the unit of currency of wealth. It will be sanity. That's it. See you guys later. Oh my God. Gee whiz. Jesus Christ, Aaron. I almost forgot. Hang on. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear great and merciful Corona-chan, thank you for your non-sentient and zero fucks given truth. The teeth and threats that have yet been missing from so much from the real world, that are yet necessary for us to value life, acknowledge truth, and love our fellow man. May your nature continue to expose the evil and parasitic among us, the lazy and those that put themselves above all others, our slave masters who have kept us enslaved, teachers who could be replaced by YouTube, and the stupid and unprepared who ride for toilet paper when there is none. Bless us, O great Corona Chan, and reward us, specifically those of us who are smart enough to have a 1-month supply of toilet paper and who stocked up on 5.56 ammo as a matter of basic insurance policy. And may thine blessing come in the form of lower acid prices, less boomers, less traffic, cheap gas, and near-free airline flights. In thy name, Wuhan, Wuhan. Amen. That's it. Well, I will see you guys later. Toodles.
I have some tour dates I would like to announce for Europe. I'm going to a friend's wedding in Europe, and so I was able to find
I like nothing more than watching scammers get arrested for their crimes. In this case, we're going to be talking about a scammer getting arrested that I didn't catch, I could have caught, but missed. Now, I know a lot of you guys think I'm just out here lasered in on every crime, and, you know, I try. But the truth is, there's so much going on every single day, so many tips coming in, that I can't possibly get to it all. And sometimes, even worse, I'll have something in my hand and miss it. So today, I want to celebrate one of the people who caught the guy that I didn't catch, which in this case, his name was Abraham Eisenberg, or Avi Eisenberg. Now, here's my Twitter thread with this guy. Back in 2022, I had this scoop and let it drop. He exploited something called Fortress DAO for a little over $10 million. I said I wanted to talk. You know, we started talking a bit. We moved it over to Discord. Ultimately, never made a story out of it because it was so complicated, so convoluted. And frankly, I had other stories going on. You know, not to make excuses, but that's just the truth. Meanwhile, somebody named Christopher Brunette did cover the Avi Eisenberg story. Showed how he stole tens of millions, then later showed how he stole $100 million plus in something called Mango Markets. Well, Avi Eisenberg has just been convicted, guilty of market manipulation crimes, among others, which we will get to. Now, I wanted to interview him on how he did it. Here's that interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Christopher Brunette with us. You're the person who first outed Avi Eisenberg for Fortress DAO and Mango Markets. So can you walk me through how you found out about this and what you first discovered?
Sure. So I am an investigative journalist, and I wish I could say that like I put all the puzzle pieces together and I tracked him down for months, but the reality is that I was in the right place at the right time, because I was in Avi's Discord server where he hangs out to talk about trading crypto and stocks all day. So I knew him as a person before this ever happened. Like I actually kind of know, friends is not a good word at all, but like I have some insight into his mind. And so as both of these exploits happened, Fortress DAO and Mango Market, people that were in the Discord knew it was him because he was very open about it. And he was talking in the Discord, like brazenly, like planning how he's going to attack these different protocols and saying stuff like, I'm investigating a platform that could maybe lead to a 9-figure payday. That's what he said before doing the 9-figure attack. And then he would plan out all the logistics in front of us on the Minecraft chain. That's what he said, like, I'm going to attack the Minecraft chain. And then the next day, someone attacked Mango Markets in the exact way that he described. And furthermore, another big thing that caught him is that he used his Ethereum address that was linked to his real name. It was called ponzishorter.eth. And so like that's where all the funds came from, and it was just it was his wallet. So it wasn't like a big mystery to put together. I was there and I saw him bragging about it, and people like sent me proof as it was happening. So I had all the proof, and so I wrote an article about it on October 5th, October 2022. I was the first one to break the story. Exclusive men who hacked Mango markets, which we'll talk about both. They're not hacks actually. I use the word hack sometimes. Market manipulation is the proper word for it.
Now, Avi's kind of interesting because, funny enough, people had started talking to me about the Fortress DAO. I think you and I may have even talked about it in Twitter DMs in the past. I reached out to him, and he's got this interesting way about him where he simultaneously is really dumb about like what he says publicly, but then also he's good at hiding what he's doing behind a veil of incredible complexity. I remember looking at the Fortress DAO situation, and my mind was like bending with what exactly he was doing. It was like he was using some derivative of the Fortress token to get some underlying assets, and
Sure.
like he said he was minting at a fair price. It was a disaster, and ultimately I had a bunch of other cases at the time, you know. But
Sure.
when with you were there, you saw him kind of doing this. What for you kind of, I'm sure you talked to him, I'm sure he tried to explain it. How is he explaining it to you at the time, and why did you think that was kind of nonsense?
So there's two Discord servers. One of them is like just a normal Discord server where people talk about trading and crypto and stocks, but the other one was the Fortress Discord server that he built for the Fortress DAO. And he'd be saying one thing in the Fortress DAO, he'd like be talking about the plans for the coin, but in the other server, he'd be calling there were 6,000 investors in Fortress, and he was like very mean in how he would talk about them and say like, these people are very stupid. They deserve to lose their money because they're trusting me with it. And he's like, he was laughing at them. He was like calling them all these names and like saying they deserve to lose their money because they trusted him with it. And so I saw this happening in real time. I was like, I went in the Discord and I tried to warn them, and he had control of the Fortress Discord server, right? And he had all these sock puppets in that server, so he'd like type on one account, "Oh my God, this is such a great token," and then enough people would actually believe that, and people really believed in him, because when they were investing in Fortress DAO, which is it's a fork of Olympus DAO.
Yeah.
I'm not going to explain that, but it's
So which one of
it's
us is
just a
gonna
DAO
back
that
the
started.
tailstone?
And so
You
people were
or
leaving their
me?
money with him because he
I
has a
like
good
a good
reputation as
competition.
a genius, right? He's clearly, his IQ is definitely over 140. Like nobody disputes that, and I don't know how high it could be, but so he's very, very smart, and people trusted him with their money because they wanted him to trade for them, and he took advantage of them. He planned it out from the start, and you're right, he made it extra complicated on purpose. Like there were so many like meme coins and bonds and swaps and perpetual tokens like flying back and forth. Nobody could really figure out what was happening in the Discord, and that was on purpose. He made it too complicated on purpose so nobody could figure out what was going on with Fortress DAO. I can try to explain it a little bit more simply though. What he did in Fortress DAO, which was in 2021 to 2022, so this was before Mango Markets, and the reason why the Fortress DAO hack or exploit is important, it's because he used the money he won from Fortress DAO to fund the Mango Market hack.
Yep.
So he created the Fortress DAO token, and then he backed it with another token that he created, which was called Fortress USD, which was supposed to be a stable coin. And he left a backdoor in Fortress USD where he could print infinite Fortress USD. And so people invested $14 million in the project, and then he took the $14 million and replaced it with the worthless token that he created that was backed by nothing. And people got really, really upset eventually over this. And so the value of the market plummeted because everyone kind of saw what was happening. And as that happened, he used that as an opportunity to blackmail him because it plummeted. And then so he was like, okay, like I can give you your money back if you want to get out, but I'll only give you pennies on the dollar. And so he would keep offering people pennies on the dollar if they wanted to get some money back. And if they wanted their money back, they had to agree formally to not press charges or to not go after him legally. And so that's a common tactic he uses. Is that he'll say that these people signed an agreement to not go after him. He did the exact same thing in Mango.
I was about to say, after he exploited the token, so with Mango, it was a similar thing where there was a treasury. He did it a little bit different. He takes out a perpetual long, and things go up. He artificially pumps the market. Now those longs are worth a bunch of money. He borrows against the longs and liquidates his position. That's kind of a long way of saying it, but in that case as well, he offered the victim a cut back of the money. He's like, I stole 110. I'll give back 67 million if you guys agree that you're not gonna press charges or you can't go after me. Is that basically right?
Yes, and the exact wording he used was he would give them back $67 million if they did not. And so, basically what he did is he robbed a jewelry store, and then he pointed a gun at the jewelry store owner and said, I'll return half the jewelry to you if you let me keep the other half and don't arrest me. So he calls it a bounty, like he's collecting a bounty. And this would be the biggest bug bounty in history, I believe. I tried to find a bigger one, but...
Well, it's a bribe bounty. That's not a bug bounty is where you tell them in good faith, hey, you have a problem. What he's doing is a blackmail campaign. I will say, this is so interesting about this guy. What I find so interesting is, I agree with you. It seems he's very smart. He also, but again, there is some kind of missing component that is very stupid because before and after the Mango Markets exploit, apparently prosecutors alleged that he Googled the term FBI surveillance, market manipulation criminal, things like this, which is a disaster if you are the defendant, because what he tried to argue is, oh, this is a profitable trading strategy. I was just, code is law. I just tried to, make a little bit of money trading, and instead by Googling, am I in trouble with the, things like that, you're showing your hand that the intention is to rob people. Is that right?
Sure. So his lawyers, what they argued in court was, quote, none of us want to be judged on our web searches, none of us. And so, like, they were just trying to say that's not an allegation. But it's kind of the same thing where, like, Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and then she Googled, like, how to asphyxiate a toddler. And that was used in court against her.
Yes.
But
it's so unbelievable people Google that stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh about that, but it's so unbelievable what their searches are. I think he also was looking up extradition. Like questions about extradition from Israel, things like that.
So the day after I published my article, he flew in, which again, the prosecution used as a passive admission to guilt. But the excuse that he made, he made the same excuse in Fortress DAO and in Fortress DAO, he ignored it was supposed to be a decentralized organization, but it was totally centralized because he was in charge of everything. He made all the decisions. And he ignored the votes of the DAO. And the reason he gave for ignoring the votes was that he was being threatened for his life by Russian Moscow. And so he had to do whatever he wanted. And when it came to Mango, he said he threw it at Israel, not because he was guilty, but because his life was being threatened. So he had to flee Israel to save it. So he's like, that's just one of the things.
One of the famous things he said before getting arrested was, what are you gonna do? Arrest me?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, I mean, you basically got him arrested. Or ultimately the prosecutors had to track this stuff down and stuff, but I think you're the one who kicked it all off. What's your thoughts?
I think on some level, I think he wanted to get caught. Because did it. He planned it all out in public. He tweeted his justification for it. He said it was, and then after he did it, the 2 or 3 days after he did the Mango attack, he went up. He started doing like huge video podcasts. He did like a quick report, and he was taunting the FBI. And he, even a few days after that, he made a new scam, and he was very open about it. He's like, "This coin is a scam. I'm making it," and it was called Mango Inu, which was a play on Shiba Inu. And he made like hundreds of thousands of dollars off that by openly saying it was a scam.
Yeah.
And he's taunting Mango because it's like, he's
Right.
kind of like,
Yeah, of course. What do you think about, you know, what I thought was interesting is, if you look at his post history,
sure.
actually you find out that he feels incredibly slighted by these guys at Waves, which is a different crypto. He believes he was the victim of a scam, which is
Right.
incredibly ironic, because his whole justification for what he did was, code is law, it was allowed in your protocol, it's your fault for making it this way. I think he would say the same thing about Fortress. You guys trusted me, you didn't read the documentation correctly, I was well within my rights to steal your money. And with a protocol, to him, he's all enraged. I can't believe it. There's even a tweet where he's like, calls it theft. So I found that, kind of unbelievable. The last thing I want to talk about, and it's sort of the heaviest, which hasn't even been prosecuted yet, I don't believe, is when they were searching Avi's computer or phone, I believe they found CSAM or CP, basically abuse material for children, to put it kind of lightly. It's incredibly kind of serious. It's a twist that nobody expected. But do you think he's going to get prosecuted? Because I was kind of surprised that we haven't seen another indictment come up. Because basically, while they were searching for his big markets exploit stuff, I guess they found other, I'd say even more serious criminal, materials on his phone.
Well, they thought about it in court. Like, it's in the court documents. They mention what they found on his phone and his laptop. But then they don't fight over it in court. They don't have the legal battle over it. They don't charge him with it. So technically, he's innocent. But what I found, I don't really talk about this, but I went through like posting history, and he talks a lot about children. And so it's like his public, what he's written about children in public fits someone who he killed. So I don't give him the benefit of that.
Yeah, and we should be clear, just because the government is prosecuted doesn't mean you're innocent. It just means we don't know if you're guilty. Wow. Well, look, I just wanted to say thank you for helping expose this guy.
Sure.
I always like to celebrate people who go after frauds, scams, investigate this stuff. Thanks for kind of getting this guy off the streets, as it were. Yeah, I appreciate your time.
In business practice, and it happens everywhere, not just in tech. There's actually a lot of like laws against it. Loss leaders, like it's something that's much greater than that. Like a loss leader is something that gets you to go in the store.
They started giving cashback on fuel and discounts on car maintenance. They paid their drivers 80% of what the average, and the best part of it was surge pricing. Anytime there was a pickup in demand, drivers could well earn 2 times, 3 times, sometimes more. I remember coming out of a music festival once thinking, I don't need to book my car, Uber will sort me out.
Yeah,
only
and
to
it's like
realize that
$45.
because I was coming out with crowds of other people, my only way to guarantee that I got an Uber was to outpay all of them. With
That's right.
5 times surge pricing. I paid £100 for a 15-minute cab ride. But there is a third stage to this master plan.
Because what does Uber do when they have the users, when they know they're by far the most convenient way to pay the cab, and they have the suppliers, the ex-taxi drivers, the restaurant takeaway drivers, the package delivery drivers? Well, that is when true amplification occurs.
That's whenever
they
the
gave
price
users
goes
a
up.
surplus at the start to make their app essential, then shifted to giving suppliers that surplus to get them all on it to build monopoly power and make it much harder to get a car outside of Uber. But this is the point where Uber and every other big tech company in this position will take all of that surplus for themselves. Because A, well, they can, but also B,
yeah, you can't stop them at that point. Like, there's nothing else that's gonna come and like change the market. And this is kind of like what I was saying before about how like the first thing a free market does is stop being free, because like this is a free market, really. Uber came in and they weren't breaking any rules, they just beat the competition, and then after you beat the competition, then you change the rules.
Because by the time a company reaches this stage, more than likely they are a public company, which means that the decisions aren't being made by one potentially passionate founder, but instead just many, many shareholders. And because shareholders aren't usually as invested in the long-term health of the business, they just want the business to earn quick money so that they can cash out. Their objectives often boil down to, how do we make the users pay up until the absolute limit of what they're willing to, but just not past it? And then how do we pay the suppliers the absolute least that they're willing to take, but just not less than it?
I think that with a lot of shareholders in publicly held companies, it doesn't even go that far. They want the line to go up. And if the line isn't going up, then they get rid of the people that are making the line not go up, and they get people that make the line go up. Because a lot of like shareholders in companies don't really have intimate knowledge in the businesses that they're investing into. Right? Like they have like general knowledge, like to an extent, but they're not like voting, like they don't really have any vested interest. That's Bobby, yeah, exactly. That's where Bobby comes in.
And it all starts with tiering, splitting the base service up into multiple tiers, all at...
Well, it's like Amazon's doing this now.
And on the face of it,
too.
that sounds great. Like on Uber, for example, it means that you can now get priority, more faster, comfort, which is newer cars with more legroom, exec, which is high-end cars with top-rated drivers, and then Lux, which is the very, very top-end. Think about it. Now that they offer all of these options...
I didn't even know they had the luxury one.
Just getting annoying now. You get extremely long wait times because no driver who can charge exec prices is going to take a ride for normal prices. You get all the drivers who don't qualify for high-rated service and all the cars that don't count as new enough for comfort. And
I'm gonna be honest. Like whenever my car was fucked, I had to use Uber. I have never had a bad experience with Uber once. And I've never used anything except for the base Uber. Every person that I've had has been like within like 10 minutes. The quality has been great. Like one time, like I had a really, really bad thing happen. I lost my phone in an Uber. And I remember the guy drove all the way from North Austin back down to give me my fucking phone. I gave the dude $200. Right? I was like, I cannot express how much this means, right? I was like, thank you so much. But like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was a bad day for me. Very bad day. Most of the drivers are great guys. Yeah, the app's atrocious. Yeah, like, I mean, I've only had good experiences with Uber. I think the real problem is, yeah, I think it's probably regional. Like, I'm in Austin. There's a lot of people that do it here, and it's pretty normalized, so it's probably not so bad. But I bet in other places, like, his experience is probably just as valid as mine is for where he's at.
Trust me when I say the requirements for comfort are not very high. This idea of splitting things up to offer more premium services is not inherently bad. It's just the way these companies achieve this is much less about making the experience better for the people who are paying more, but much more about just making it worse for the people who aren't. Uber isn't changing the pool of cars on the road to accommodate these tiers. They're the same cars, the same people with the same training, but it's just now they're segregated in a way that each user pays the maximum they're willing to pay, and the service provided is the bare minimum for that price.
Or take Netflix. When Netflix first started, it felt...
Yeah, like, as I've said, I think that my experience with Uber has been nothing short of perfect. I have never had a bad experience ever. With Netflix, however, I do think that my experience and quality has gone down tremendously because the breadth of shows that they're able to provide is weaker.
Revolutionary. I can pay £5.99 a month, which is cheaper than an average movie ticket nowadays, and get all of this ad-free.
But then Netflix introduced 4K quality, which instead of just being added to the base service, became part of a separate tier, now being charged at £17.99 a month. Then they
I will say that I agree with his overall thesis of this video. However, I do think that 4K is an acceptable upcharge because so few people use it and it costs so much more. YouTube does this as well. I think YouTube only does it actually for 8K.
Went as far as to introduce adverts back into your movies after the whole deal about this being the way to watch movies without adverts. And unless you upgrade to the middle subscription tier, which is £10.99, you're going to get those adverts. Netflix isn't even the worst offender, to be honest. At least their
Amazon, I think,
tier
is worse.
is cheaper than the normal tier, whereas Now TV and Amazon Prime, they just stuck ads into the normal tier.
Yeah.
The point is, tiering is not being used to benefit the user. It's being used to charge you more if you're willing to pay more, and then
tiering is used as a form of what's called anchor, like price anchoring, where like you create a low value and then you scale up from that value to create a perspective difference in value. It's like a psychological trick.
Give you the minimum acceptable experience if you're not. And that brings me on to subscriptions in general. Subscriptions on their own, they can be fine. They can be a way to make services
By the
more
way, his argument for subscriptions, I bet, is going to be my same argument for battle passes in games, where they're not fundamentally bad, but when everything has them, they become bad.
Oh my god!
accessible instead of having to front load a big upfront cost. They can be a way to force companies to continue to provide value and updates over a period of time. But the way that these big tech companies are using subscriptions now has meant that we're often not paying those monthly subscriptions instead of the bigger upfront costs. We're paying them both. And you're actually getting a worse service now whilst paying for a subscription than you were originally for free. Like Amazon, for example. The entire purpose of Amazon Prime was unlimited one-day deliveries. So why is it that now we're also having to often pay to get the fastest delivery? And for many products, actually having to hit a minimum spend just to get that perk, which is how every online store has ever worked since the very beginning, but without needing to pay a monthly fee. Or for
I've never really had that problem personally. Like my mom, whenever my mom and both my mom and girlfriend lived in this house was an unofficial Amazon warehouse. I swear to God, we would receive at least 3 packages and usually 7 packages a day. Why the fuck do you think my house is a mess? Do you think it's a mess because of me? Fuck no. It's because of her and them. It's not my shit down there, it's their shit. I've still got our fucking TV.
Uber.
I'm
I regularly
serious.
used to take Ubers to go see Drisha early on when we were dating. She was about 120 miles away, and it used to cost about £120. But over the last few years, I have seen that price not just creep, but soar up to 150, 200, 250, and now £300. Uber has gone from half the price of a normal taxi to
To be fair, a lot of things have gone from that price. Like we have had, as I said, like we talked about this with fast food a lot, right? A lot of things have gone to that price, like 2.5xing. I mean, like for fast food, yeah. I'm not saying I'm saying this problem, like his problem is multiplied by an existing problem. So it feels like even worse.
More expensive than just calling up your local cab company and pre-booking a car. And remember, that's for the lowest tier, which because this tiering exists means that you are specifically selecting a car that's at least 8 years old with a driver who's completed less than 100 trips or someone who just hasn't been able to keep a good rating. And you remember that surge pricing we talked about earlier? That still exists, but now you just don't see it. Instead of Uber telling you that you're about to pay 3 times what you should be paying, it just doesn't. So that you start...
that's smart. Like, if I was Uber, I would have done that, too. It's like, we're going to tell you that we're going to charge you more money. What fucking idiot thought that was a good idea? Just charge them more money.
Losing your reference point of what the journey even should cost. And that is where the subscription service comes in to save the day. Uber One. I'm paying for it every single month because it gives you a 5% discount on your rides.
They got Robert
free delivery
De Niro?
on your Uber Eats food orders. I'll get to that one very soon because that is actually an even bigger problem in itself. But the point I'm trying to make here is...
No wonder they ain't profitable. What the fuck you need him there for?
That if Uber is just inventing the price, if Uber is just deciding how much it can charge you for this particular journey, as opposed to giving you an actual breakdown of why it costs what it costs, then a 5% discount on a made-up price, it doesn't actually mean anything. And you're still...
This is actually illegal in Brazil. And I think it's also illegal in some places in Europe. And I am not 100% sure on this, but I think it's also illegal in Australia.
You're paying far, far more than you used to just a few years ago for the same ride.
Naturally, of course, it's illegal here in America, right?
And now you have a monthly expense as well that further ties you into using Uber and Uber only for all your driving and delivery needs. And if you're enjoying this rather painful video, then a sub to the channel would be ironic, because we're asking you for a subscription. But this one's free, and we do try very hard. So.
People don't have problems with subscriptions. People have problems with things that disrupt their normal flow of activity that cost money. Like going to another website or spending money.
Anyway, if you're wondering why that Uber now costs £300, it's not because the drivers are starting to. The biggest way that companies like Uber and Amazon, once they become the default option, start to take all of that surplus away simply by extracting the largest cut that they possibly can from every transaction. Let's call this the platform fees.
I love how DoorDash and Uber Eats has like the price of the food is higher on the app. You have the service fee, you have the tip, and you have the delivery fee. What are you doing? What are you doing with this? What's going on here, you know? That's crazy.
Let me show you Uber Eats for a minute. So I fancy some McDonald's chicken nuggets.
No, you don't. You fancy some McDonald's chicken McNuggets. They don't have nuggets at McDonald's. They have McNuggets.
Right, okay. Wow. So the first thing you'll notice is pricing. Almost every item of food on Uber Eats is between 10 and, no joke, 100% more expensive than it actually is in person. Like 20 chicken nuggets, £6.99. That...
Nah, bro. Like it's it's expensive even at the building now. Like, when was the last time you went to McDonald's? Because I feel like it's a lot even if, whenever I got, like, I went to McDonald's yesterday. And I went to McDonald's the day before that too. He's right. Like, I feel like the price is higher, but it's like on an app, I feel like the app price is like 20% higher. Like 10 to 20.
Seems like awful. Okay.
It's not crazy, but it's just like
go
more.
into our basket. Oh, look at that. Add £8.01 to save with Uber One. So again, notice, just like with Amazon Prime, Uber is trying to frame this as if I'm getting some sort of perk, when actually free delivery is something that I am actively paying a monthly subscription just to get, and the app is denying that benefit until I hit a minimum spend.
Well, you didn't read the asterisk. You see the fucking asterisk. See that? Oh, yeah, you ever see one of these, it means you're not getting it. Yeah, if there's an asterisk like this next to some bonus, oh, it's not really gonna happen. It's an asterisk? Yeah, exactly.
Which, by the way, almost always means wastage. I mean, it's encouraging people to order more than they want to order. Besides, what can I order that's going to exactly hit £8?
Well, based in America, they don't waste it. They eat the whole thing. Says here I gotta spend $20 at McDonald's to save $5. Well, if I only spend $10, it's like I'm losing $5. So I better spend $10 to save $5. I guess I gotta eat everything. If I don't eat it all, I'm wasting the money, so I feed you everything. There it is. It's a 600 pound.
I'm gonna have to go over.
600 pound
anyway,
line.
let's go to the next page. Oh, people also ordered to really try and tempt me into getting those group savings, but no, resist. Next.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh my goodness, would you look at that? Priority delivery.
Yeah.
£2.49. And just to be very clear, priority delivery isn't some sort of hyper-accelerated, personalized service that would very much be worth that price. All it means is your driver doesn't take stops on the way to you. You know, exactly how every takeaway service ever used to work. And this is a great example of tiering.
I'm not sure if that part of his argument is true, because my friend works at a pizza delivery driver, and he would do multiple deliveries before he went back to the pizza delivery place. Like, it depends on delivery place. Yeah, I guess you know what, you're probably right. Yeah, it probably depends on the place.
When Uber Eats first started, it was just an assumed thing that of course your driver's going to come straight to you to deliver your order.
Yeah.
Up until normal restaurant takeaway service have been eliminated, and now, well, you want fast, you pay for fast. So okay, fine, we're gonna go priority. I don't want my food to be cold when it gets to me, and
Sweet
then you
ass
scroll
time.
down and
Fuck, man.
priority.
Fees, priority delivery, tip, like, and then the price of the food is a little bit higher. Like, oh my god.
Delivery is actually.
You know what you feel like in these apps? You feel like, you ever see like those fucking nature documentaries where it's like some whale is like dying, or like some big fish is like getting eaten by predators, and they're just taking little bites off of them, and like before you know it, they're just like, that's basically you.
Charge at £4.78, and that's because it's actually on top of an already existing base delivery fee. And then there's just fee. So if I click that, it says part of that is the small order fee,
Ah.
less than £10. Because orders less than £10
There's two
should have
fees.
an extra charge because they're going to cost more to feed. What? Because the priority delivery fee is my delivery fee, so why is there a separate delivery fee?
That's interesting. So it's a small delivery fee.
The fact that my order is small. You see what I'm saying? And then there's the service fee. And this is what Uber wants you to think of as their cut. But
That's
the
how
truth
freight
is,
works?
Uber
Yeah,
is
I know.
taking a slice out of every single part
Like,
of
for
this
an
pie.
individual,
Actually,
it sucks.
McDonald's chicken nuggets price. Okay, so it's
Chicken McNuggets.
£4.49 on the McDonald's app, which basically means that just for delivery,
Yeah.
Uber is taking 70% of the value of the order. What a joke. And this is actually what I find the most insulting part of it. It's the fact that we're paying a monthly subscription for Uber One, right?
He didn't even talk about the tip. Maybe he did. I don't know if I don't think he did.
Just paid extra for priority delivery, which says between 10 and 20 minutes. But when you click order, Uber will
tips in
only
the
get
EU?
involved and even
Oh,
think
right.
about refunding you anything
They're
if
in the
order
future.
actually takes 45 minutes or longer. Okay, so just to be very clear,
Let me see what it would be for me right now. Here in America. Let's say I'm gonna order a milkshake, okay? So large Oreo shake is $7.49. So I add item, I view cart, I'm looking at $17. Subtotal is $7.49. Delivery fee is $5.99. Fees and estimated tax are $3.62, and then I'm going to continue. And then the standard delivery with a $2 tip is $19 for one large Oreo shake, and that's only a $2 tip. That's crazy. You're paying double? No, you're paying triple. Because the, like, look, I've been there before. It's like $5.99 or something like that, I think. And so you're actually paying triple.
Special guarantee just for me, because I'm one of your highest paying customers, is that my order will not take 2.5 times longer than the upper limit of what you just guaranteed it might.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Uber One. It is mortifying how much they're exploiting the consumer here. I mean, imagine what happens if companies like this get in charge of your medical and emergency services.
He understands he has an international audience, right? And so, like, this theoretical isn't a theoretical for us. We don't have to imagine it. Yeah, who's gonna tell him?
Amazon is just as bad. The other day, Drisha was buying a batch of mini little hampers for some gifts she was putting together. £12.99 is the absolute cheapest you could find them on Amazon. And just before we checked out, we thought, let's just do one little checkout.
And this is the case. I had to buy an inhaler for my dad that was like $400 or something like that. Like, you think about it, how does a person pay for a $400 inhaler? How do you do that? You gotta sell it, right?
Where? And
the only
within
way,
a
guys.
minute of browsing outside of Amazon, we found them for £4.
It's so easy to fall into the trap of thinking, well, I've paid my delivery fee. That's what I'm paying the subscription cost
Why?
for. There's no way that this thing is
fuck
going
is
to be
this
cheaper in another store that I'm not
paralysis
paying a
bullshit?
monthly fee to have free delivery from.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think. But the truth is, Amazon is charging for Prime. Amazon is charging extra for
They are.
delivery in some cases. Amazon is charging sellers to sell on the platform, and then they're charging you extra to buy on the platform. And you can even notice this effect.
So one really good way that you can tell that Amazon is making a lot of money is whenever they have a list of all of the richest people, Jeff Bezos is always on that list, and usually he's pretty close to the top. So it's like, how do you think he got all that money? Well, I mean, like, it's obviously working, right?
With free platforms. Social media, for example, even though companies like Facebook and Instagram, TikTok, even YouTube, even though they're not directly charging you, will still absolutely find ways to maximize their earnings from you once they know that you're in. Once Facebook had got everyone to sign up for the first time by being this open haven where you come to keep connected with every single person you know and love, they became very aware that no individual person could just leave. That would be social suicide. So
Yeah.
Facebook could crank that money-making lever as much as they wanted to. They could
How
fill
many
it with
Farmville ads do you get?
ads. They could charge companies as much as they wanted to target. Target those ads at you. They can curate your feed, taking the people you follow not as commands of what you want to see, but just suggestions. Suggestions that are quite quickly discarded as soon as Facebook realizes what they can show you to make more money out of you.
Now, where this all gets really deceptive is the dark patterns. Basically tricks that companies employ to make you do things that you didn't mean to do. Chicken nuggets are here. I'm actually fasting, so I can't eat them. So there you go, enjoy them. They were £13.75. Last year, actually, I signed up to using an app called Piccolo. It's just a social or drinking game where it serves you prompts on your phone, and then you get those people to do those things. Like, hey Brian, from now on, you have to do the worm every single time you say something. Sorry, Brian.
That's
the game's
hard.
got a 3-day free trial. Oh, great. But then it's £4.49 per week.
Oh!
£4.49 per week for a game that's very clearly been designed to be played once a month at most. And I would have happily bought it for £4.49 or even £10 if that's what they charged it as a one-off.
That's I should make an app like that. That's a good idea. I bet you get so many dumb drunk people that get something like that. That's such a good idea. Holy shit. They're gonna forget about it?
You know,
like,
how it used
yeah.
to be before the subscription thing took over.
That's
But
smart.
anyway, I went
yeah,
for
I
the
need
free
to start
trial.
doing
I played
these.
the game with my friends. We were drinking, so I
Ooh.
didn't specifically remember to cancel it when I woke up the next day. And it took half a year. When my accountant asked, what is this £4.49 every week going to Apple? When he mentioned it, I realized I had seen it a couple of times coming up on my accounts, but because it was just a payment to Apple, I assumed, oh, it must be iCloud or something. Negligent on my end? Yes, absolutely. But I'm human. I forgot once, and my penalty for that for playing one phone game for 2 hours one night, about £110.
Just played Honkai Star Rail.
There are plenty of subscription services I have that
Would
I think
only
are
been
fair,
$100
but this is a very clear example of one that is predatory. One whose entire business model clearly revolves around charging an unfair...
Oh, there's a lot of these where it's like, well, you want the free trial? Okay, well, here's the crazy thing about the free trial. You're going to get a 30-day free trial, but on the 23rd day, we're going to start charging you for the full thing. So you have to cancel before then, but the only time that you can find out that we actually charge you on the 23rd day, and we are going to need your credit card for this, for the free trial. Like, one of the things that I always ask people whenever they say we're giving out free subscriptions to something is I ask them how much the free one costs whenever I'm at a store somewhere. And like, I don't do this anymore because I value my time and I don't want to have some sort of like fucking Reddit moment against like some person who works at AT&T. But whenever I was younger, I did do this. And I would ask them like, how much does the free one cost? And they would be confused, and I would be like, well, what do I have to do to get it? And they're like, well, you have to put in your information. I'd say, okay, so it costs my phone number. Yeah, no thank you. Because there is always a cost. There is.
Price and hoping that people will forget. Another dark
And they'll
pattern
sell
that I
your
see
information,
so much
too.
of nowadays is the manipulation of the default option. Like,
Yeah.
I shop a lot on Amazon, right? And the reason for that is that even though I know they're often no longer the cheapest, is that they're basically the only company whose delivery infrastructure I can mostly rely on. The only company for who, when they say next day, it really does mean that it will come next day.
I've had really great experiences with Amazon, and I've never really had a bad experience. Amazon's great.
The key problem that Amazon first solved for its users is what got us all so invested in the platform, and what got me and millions of others to start paying monthly subscriptions to Prime. But now Amazon, as well as oftentimes introducing minimum order quantity to get that free
Try
delivery,
working for them?
also often pre-selects the slower delivery option. And I've looked into this, no way to stop it doing that. So let me just get this straight. You're charging me a monthly subscription for unlimited next day delivery, but then assuming
They
that
pre-select you for not next day delivery. That's... You know what, like going back to that first term at the beginning of the video, the enshittification. Yeah, that's just about right.
unless I specify otherwise, I'd rather get the slower delivery that I didn't have to pay for. And this is absolutely an example of a dark pattern, because we've had at least 3 or 4 occasions where we're
Let me see if that happens for me. Give me a minute. I want to see if it happens for me right now. So I ordered some cords, and I'm going to go ahead and just act like I'm going to order a new cord. I'm going to add this to cart, and then proceed to checkout. And it does not do that. The tomorrow next day delivery is what is pre-selected, and the later date is not pre-selected. And there is a today delivery that is $3. That is also not pre-selected. So maybe that's true for some and not others. I think this is an instance where, and this is what a lot of companies do, is they have a lot of A/B testing with these things, to where like sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't happen. That way people can't get mad about it, because like it will happen once and then it won't happen again. And then like you'll ask yourself, oh, maybe this is like, oh, maybe like this didn't really happen or whatever, right? So it could be like an RNG thing too. There's a lot of there's a lot of ways that this experience that he had probably could have happened, but it just didn't happen with me.
Film a
Me, not a
video,
reorder?
and then we
Yeah.
realize some of the stuff that we ordered for that video hasn't actually arrived. We go back and we realize it's because when checking out in a hurry, we didn't realize that Amazon didn't select the fastest option that was advertised to us as the delivery window on the product page. Honestly,
That's
at this
crazy.
point, there is an intricate web of dark patterns.
I do feel like that's a scam. Like you're not, and it's not a hard scam, but it's a soft scam. But a soft scam is still a scam.
These companies are using, and you'll absolutely have experienced
It's
some of them.
intentionally
Like
misleading.
deliberately confusing website design intended to fool or confuse the customer into not
Or
canceling.
like opening up your battle pass and then accidentally redeeming it with no confirmation box. I wonder who would do that. That would be awful.
For example, it's quite common to have multiple pages you have to go through to cancel, but then what some companies have started doing is flipping the continue and the back buttons between each page. So as you're trying to mash your mouse as quickly as possible to unsubscribe, you're actually being taken around and around the company's pages in a loop so that you end up reading their entire spiel.
I love this. I think that's so like it, and it's like I love it in like a dystopian way, right? I don't think it's obviously good, but it's crazy how shameless it is.
Aggressively offering you discounts, and only offering those discounts right before you decide you want to cancel.
Naturally.
Which always makes you realize how much you were overpaying in the first place.
This is something that like my dad does. He says about every 6 months or so, he has to call up the internet people and tell them that he's going to go over to AT&T. He's like, guys, I'm leaving. And they're like, no, you're not. He's like, okay, well, I'm leaving now. They say, okay. we're gonna put you on with somebody else. And they're like, all right, we're gonna process your request. We're gonna put you on with somebody else. And they're like, okay, will you take a lower rate? He says, yes, I'll take a lower rate. And then they lower his rate, and then that is just the process. Yep, retention, exactly.
Encouraging you to pause your subscription so that it automatically resumes after a set period of time.
Right.
As opposed to you being a functioning adult who can just cancel and then rejoin later if you decide you want to. And trying every single thing they can to guilt you with the fear of missing out. With things like continue your deactivation only if you are a boring person who never likes to have fun again.
There was a big study
Which is, at least in the US, I remember looking at the dark pattern stuff, is explicitly stated as being a dark pattern. Like emotional and mental manipulation.
Email tool tester who found that,
That is
the
like, it's
average
explicitly
consumer
illegal.
encounters over 6 dark patterns when trying to cancel any subscription service nowadays. I mean, imagine talking to a person and they try to mislead you 6 times in the span of a few minutes.
I'm sorry, but I've been on tech support before, and I'd say that's just about average.
That's so bad.
Like I went to a, I told a story like maybe like 2 weeks ago. I went to a call center interview, and I failed the call center interview test.
And you're
because I
stunned.
didn't
Come
upsell
on.
the customer enough times on like higher services. Like the customer called in with a problem, and what I did is I fixed their problem. And so they fired me. They told me that, well, they didn't fire me. They wouldn't hire me. I failed. They're like, you're not here to fix problems. Fake story? It's not a fake story. It was the AT&T off of Ben White in Austin. 10 years ago. I think it was off Ben White. I'm pretty sure. It was near the Target.
It's hard to wrap your head around. I actually experienced one of the worst examples of this just last week when I found myself with a little bit of spare time and I thought, I'd love to get just 1 month's worth of PlayStation Online play. That should be simple, right? So I opened up the purchase page for online and no, I don't want premium. No, I don't want extra. I just want to play online. But wait, there's no option to just buy 1 month. There used to be. Does it just assume now that when I subscribe, I want to stay subscribed forever? But okay, fine. So I'll just buy the essential package and then I'll cancel straight away so that I don't get charged in any subsequent months. So I do that. But then, where's the cancel button? You'd think you'd be able to go to the same place you bought it from.
This feels like a fucking... This feels like a movie directed by, like, Tim Burton. You know, it's like somebody gets lost in a house, and they keep opening up doors, and every door leads them back into the kitchen. You know, or some fucking bullshit like that. Yeah, like some House of Mirrors bullshit.
To cancel, but no, the only thing you can do on that page is to upgrade. The cancel is actually hidden in your console's settings. But where in the settings? I spent so long looking, I gave up, and I actually had to Google to find that you have to go into users and accounts, then you go into account, then payment and subscriptions, then click PlayStation Plus. Okay, so then surely you just click cancel and you're good, right? Oh no, because then it asks you if you'd rather change your plan after I've specifically chosen to click the cancel button instead of the change button. Okay, so click cancel. Are you sure you're about to lose these benefits and more? Then when you confirm, yet another window asking you for your reasons before it will actually let you cut. But it's not even just about what any one company does in isolation. It's just the fact that every big tech company is doing a subscription is in itself part of the problem. Because
that's the issue. There's just too many of them.
In most cases, the more subscription services there are, the worse each one gets. And the more that you end up having to pay just to be able to still do the things you want to do. See, you have a limited amount of time, right? Let's say you have enough spare time to watch 2 movies a week.
Wow.
In an era where subscribing to Netflix at its original £5.99 price lets you watch all the big blockbuster movies people were talking about, that's a cracking deal. You're basically paying 75p per movie. But then Disney Plus comes along and takes Disney-owned shows onto their own platform. Apple TV Plus comes comes along. Amazon Prime Video,
Yep.
Paramount Plus, Peacock, and
Our
every
mini
single one
canteen
takes
here
the rights
serves
for
food
one
that
or
will give
two
you a
of the
boost
big
for the
And
hunt
they get
ahead.
shifted around too.
must-watch shows, and before you know it, you're paying like 6 different subscription services. Combine that with the tiering, which means that if you want the perks and the ad-free experience that you initially signed up for, along with that high quality, you'll be paying mostly between £10 and £20 per month to each one. Remember, your time hasn't increased. The amount of content you consume hasn't changed. You're just paying movie rent to more different companies and using each service much less, amounting to...
Well, you're paying more money, and oftentimes even it's worse, because like, you know, you're paying the low value one, and so you're getting ads now. So before, where you were able to get an ad-free experience on 2 apps or 1 app, now you're paying for 6 apps and there's ads on all of them, or maybe 5 out of 6 of them.
£11 per movie you watch now, which is about what you would have paid for a DVD in the first place.
Right.
It feels like we've looped all the way around
To
and now we're
cable.
back in the same place
Yeah.
we were. Except now, you don't own anything. And services like Netflix are
I heard about that.
constantly culling their libraries just to
Yeah.
keep their costs down. I was counting up the number of my own paid subscriptions I had a few days ago while planning out this video. And it's only when I tossed it all up that I realized just how ridiculous it is. Like, just for work, I subscribe to Epidemic Sound, Slack, Trello, the entire Adobe Creative Suite, Frame.io, Surfshark, Twitter Blue, Google Drive, Uber One, a whole load of different plugins. And then personally, Netflix, Spotify, Vodafone, Tidal, Apple TV Plus, Apple iCloud, Amazon Prime, YouTube Premium, Deliveroo Plus, PlayStation Plus, Xbox Live, Nintendo Switch Online. Oh my god. So the total I spend on subscriptions in a month is $1,200.
That's too much.
Now, the truth is, subscriptions and the dark patterns that often come with
That's
them,
a lot.
they're not going anywhere. It's not surprising that every single company wants them.
And to be fair, guys, a lot of those, like the Adobe suite, is like a lot from, right? And like these are like things that he's doing for work, right? And so it's not the same as like just an average person.
They give predictable, regular revenue, which is basically the holy grail
Yeah.
for businesses. I mean, it's a lot more encouraging to say to investors, we have 1,000 users and you can expect 950 of them to pay again next month, than to say 1,000 people bought our
It's more
product,
dependable.
we'll try and get more next time. It's way easier to
Yeah.
get people in with a cheap subscription and then upsell them later on with add-ons and more expensive
Yep.
tiers, as opposed to having to go all in with the big
And this
upfront.
happened with Twitch too. Remember back in the day whenever there were no ads really on Twitch? And then they added a lot of ads, but you had Twitch Prime. And so you could put Twitch Prime and then you wouldn't have ads. And then after that, they removed the ad-free experience from Twitch Prime. And then they added an incentive for streamers to play more ads. And they even made a lot of streamers play more ads. So now, the quality is worse. You're getting more ads. And you have to see them every single time. You think about the quality. Still got the turbo sub? That's what people should do. People should buy turbo. Yeah.
Hard sell on a big purchase. And also, subscriptions create loyalty. So the people who are
Yeah.
subscribed, they're not just paying you for the subscription, but they're also likely to keep paying you more while trying to make the most out of that subscription. And then finally, lots and lots of money. I mean, here's what a company's revenue looks like if they sell 100 products each month for £10. And here's what that same company's revenue looks like if they sell 100 subscriptions for £2 a month. It overtakes the individual purchases very quickly, and it just keeps accelerating. So?
Yeah, but that's not the way the graph ends. That's the problem. And I think that's what's happened with a lot of these services is that that graph has stopped doing that.
What do we do about it? Well, just me to you. What I would do is, when you
Yeah.
sign up to a subscription that you know you only want to use for a month, just cancel it straight away. You'll get that first month, and you can make sure it's nothing past that. If you're stuck subscribing to every single one of the TV services because you don't want to miss out and you do want to watch them all, you could just try rotating, subscribing to one at a time, binging the thing that you most want to watch on that one for 1 month, and then moving on to the next. But then part of it also has to be policy. We should be pushing for governments to enforce smoother switching between platforms, like still being able to contact your Facebook friends without having to be an active Facebook user, and focusing on making platforms continue to
I don't think they could do that. I don't know if they could or not, but I feel like they probably couldn't, because if they did, then you'd have a lot of scams and like spam and shit like that. But I think that really, like, something that should happen is making canceling your service easy. That's the one that I feel like, if you make canceling the service a house of mirrors, you're scamming people. You're clearly scamming people. Because if you weren't scamming people, why would you do it? And if it wasn't working, you wouldn't do it. So the fact that it exists proves that it works.
On their initial promises, beyond that initial honeymoon phase. So a social media platform, for example, should first show you what you signed up to see, as opposed to what will drive the most retention. Amazon should first show you the product it genuinely thinks is best matched to your search, as opposed to who's paid the most to advertise. And Google search should first show you the reviews that it thinks best answer your question.
I'm not sure if... Like, I'm not sure if that needs to be, like... They need to be held accountable to do that. Like, because, like, putting an advertisement on the top, I think as long as it's marked as a sponsor, it's okay. The only problem is if it's not marked that way. They disclose it? Yeah, they do disclose it.
As opposed to just assuming that Google's own reviews should always be on top. And then also just keeping the consumer in mind when it comes to companies fragmenting. A lot of attention is given to when companies get too big, and rightly so, that's a big issue.
Yeah.
It's also bad for the consumer, especially in this subscription era, when they get split up in ways that make each one a worse proposition in their own right. Now, one of the few subscriptions that I have that I genuinely think flies in the face of most of this is Surfshark VPN, for a few reasons. It actually fixes the mess created by some other subscription services like Netflix, who don't buy the licenses to all their shows in all the countries. So every country has a different library, which this lets you access by just flicking your location. It doesn't have any of those weird catches like this subscription only works for people so long as they stay in the same household. No, this subscription works for you and every single person you know. They didn't price themselves at $20 or $15 or $10. It's less than $3 a month when you use the code BOSS, with 3 months for free, with a 30-day money-back guarantee. And most importantly, instead of amplifying themselves, Surfshark has actually gotten better. I've been using it for years now, and the app has got cleaner, there are no ads baked in, there's been no price creep, and the number of features included for this one price, it keeps going up, not down. Big thanks to Cory Doctorow, by the way. I've been reading a lot of his stuff while planning out this video, and I'll pop his main article below if you want to have a read.
I'm gonna be real, guys. Like, I feel like
Amazon?
this is becoming a bigger and bigger problem, and I'm actually surprised that it's taken this long for people to realize it. VPNs get bought and sold by owners. You don't know what 100% says. Oh, I'm not sure. Right? I don't know what the details are. I think it really also, like, at a certain point, I think that there does need to be like a certain level of accountability that the user has. Because right now, I feel like there's such a focus on making these companies do things. And I think that really the one part of what he was saying that I completely agree with is the idea that if it's hard to cancel your service, then that's a scam. Because like everything else is easy. So why is canceling hard? Logically, the only reason why canceling would be hard is so less people will cancel. And if making canceling harder makes less people cancel, what you are effectively doing is locking people into a payment because they can't use your system to get out of payments, which is effectively a fucking scam. So, like, if you follow the line of logic, it's a fucking scam and there's no way to go around it. There's no way you can go around it. That's the one thing I do think should be illegal. Like, in terms of, like, placement for products and, like, you know, sponsored things and, like, which services you use, I think a lot of that probably should just be decided by the market. But I also think that people need to exercise more self-control and not sign up for a bunch of services and spend hundreds of dollars just because they're worried about missing out on seeing the latest TV show. And it's weird because like a lot of conversations around this, you know, go into the idea of regulation. And in some cases, I agree with that even. I'm not even saying that's a bad idea. But at the same time, I also think that there needs to be a certain level of accountability that users have where it's like, you don't really need to be spending this much money. They would argue cancel is easy with a call to their live support. Yeah, but canceling isn't easy with a call to the live support. It's not. And also, why is canceling easier with live support, but not signing on? Because that's obviously asymmetrical, right? So signing up is just as easy on the phone as it is on the website, but signing off isn't. I think the reason is obvious. It's because less people would want to do a phone call. Yeah, why is it? Like, yeah, that doesn't even make any sense. Back to mental health. Well, I think it's also, like, it's not just mental health. It's just, this is by the way, it's a great video. Give it a like. That was so good. Yeah, people recommended me to look at this, and I'm glad I did. Let's say lose your number, you're screwed. Well, it's harder to do. Yeah, definitely. Live support is overseas to put you in loops. Yeah, exactly. And I think also, like, if you can sign up online, you should be able to unsign up online, to unsubscribe, or to, you know, like, cancel or whatever the service is. So, like, it's common sense. And again, like, any logic for it is immediately disproven by, it's like, why does this exist? Why is it harder to do? Well, I'll tell you why it's hard to do, because it gets people to spend more money. That's the reason. You should be able to block recurring payments on your bank app. No more dark pattern, just stop paying. I think that probably is like a good idea, but also it just like requires more work from the user. I think also, like, hoping that your bank picks up the slack for, like, companies that are doing something that's effectively fraudulent. Like, I think that's really great that banks do that, but at the same time, like, I'm not, like, super happy about that. Like, who gives a fuck about that? Why would I care about that? Like, it should be the company that's doing it themselves, I would say. Imagine a platform like Steam, but for movies, TV shows, and music? Yeah. Anyone who works in a call center gets a bonus commission for their performance. For example, how many cancellations they prevent. Those student workers are going to run around in circles with your grandparents so that they can afford to exist. Exactly. And, like, that's the problem, is that they're incentivized to do that. Now, maybe not every single place is incentivized to do that, but enough of them are to where the experience is bad. What do you mean, Slack? You should just be able to stop making payments? Well, what I'm saying is that your bank being able to do it doesn't excuse the companies not letting you do it or making it harder for you to do it. Does that make more sense? So, like, I totally agree with your point, but I think that your point does not, it doesn't solve the greater problem. I had a membership to a massage place, $70 a month, can't cancel online, can't cancel over the phone. Yeah, doesn't Planet Fitness do something stupid like that? Yeah, what about gyms that makes you cancel in person? If a gym makes you cancel in person, well, I think that if you have to sign up in person, it's fine. Like, basically, if you can sign up online, but you have to cancel in person, then it's a scam. But if you can only sign up in person and you can only cancel in person, that's fair. Because some places might not be able to afford phone lines for whatever reason. You know, they might not have the service for that. But, like, if you can get the money online or you can get the money over the phone, but you can't get rid of it, that's a problem. You have to cancel in person at Planet Fitness? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's outrageous. Yeah, you can cancel through the bank. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would do. They'll keep racking up overdue payments and then even go to collections. Yeah, like, for me, I have never bought anything on credit, so I don't have any credit rating, really. And if I do, it's 0. Anything that have I had things go to collections before? Yeah, I've had things go to collections, and I just never paid them. Because a lot of times collections don't actually have any ability to, like, garnish your payments or take money out of your account. So, like, I remember there were a few things that I didn't pay, and then it went to collections, and I remember I got the bill from, like, you know, some collections agency, and I was like, thank God, right? Because now it's like, they're not going to be able to get the money from me. You know, they can't sue me. And so, yeah. Could easily get credit over time. Yeah, you should always do that. Like if they're trying to scam, remember, if they're trying to scam you, then you should scam them. That's it. Yeah, if you fuck around with that, I had a ER bill and Verizon bill go to collection. Yeah, I remember my mom had a few of those bills go to collection and she just ignored it. Credit score is a scam. I've gone back and forth on thinking that. I'm not sure how I feel about that right now. Doesn't that fuck your credit in the US? Yeah, but why would I care about my credit? So like if you don't care about your credit, you're buying everything cash, just like I always have. Like it's hard to buy, well, it's not hard to buy, like even a car, it's not hard to buy it cash, but you're buying shit cars. Like that's what I did back in the day. Like the car that I had before the Mustang was a $750 car. And the car that I had before that was a $3,000 car or $2,000 car, something like that. So like I'm not talking about things that I buy nowadays whenever I have like, you know, no, like I'm not talking about it as a streamer, right? That's a totally different dynamic. I'm talking about like as a person who was like, you know, just like I didn't really have a lot of money at all. So yeah, debt maxing. Yeah. And I try to, like now I pay everything and it's not a big deal. And I don't really care, but yeah, I would try to, as much as I can whenever I was younger, I would try to scam as many people as I could because I didn't like the fact that they tried to charge me money. And it's like, if I can scam them and I don't have to pay the money, then I can spend that money on Jack in the Box. So if I just don't pay this bill and they can't sue me for it, it's not worth it for them to sue me, well then I'm gonna do it. I mean, like it's not even a question. It's a huge problem in Asia when EMI debt is huge. Yeah, exactly. A poor person can save for a trailer? Yeah, I don't know. Why not scam Jack in the Box instead? Because you have to pay the money right there. Like, if I could, I would. Don't take this advice. Oh, yeah, no, my financial advice is like the worst financial advice that you could possibly get. Yeah, it's actually talking about morality. Yeah, you steal everything that you can, get as much money as you possibly can, you know, do anything that you possibly can to get, like, if there's a way that you can get a sign up on something that like it's like you get it for free, anything like that, do it. Steal early, steal often. Yeah, there you go. It's actually not advice at all. Yeah, it shouldn't be. You can definitely scam credit companies. It takes a ton of effort and knowledge and it's risky. Yeah, I remember my mom, she got like, she had over $100,000 in debt and I told her like, let's just not pay it. And she was like, well, won't they get mad? I was like, yeah, of course they will. And she's like, you think we should just not pay it? I said, yeah. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna shoot you? Well, then you're definitely not gonna pay it. So why would they go shoot you? So, you know, like, she died, never paid any of the money. The companies all wrote it off. Problem fucking solved. Is there an epidemic of loneliness? I personally, this is like a really weird perspective to have. I think I'm a lot different than a lot of other people in the way that like, I kind of like being alone a lot of the time. So from my perspective, I think there's an epidemic of people feeling lonely and not feeling comfortable being by themselves. I don't think that's the only thing, and there's a lot more to it than that. But I do think that's a factor that people just don't really talk about a lot. Because there's a lot of people that like back in the day used to work by themselves most days. Think about like a farmer or something like that. Being lonely doesn't equal being alone. Yeah, but like then that becomes very complex to talk about. Well, anyway, let's look at what they have to say.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. He held his phone close, eyes searching for privacy. The man scarcely noticed the subway riders around him, or the 90-year-old artist sketching his hunched frame from across the train. In the 7 decades since Alex Katz first drew the outlines of commuters on New York City's early morning trains, the chattering riders and newspapers had all but gone. In their places were people who rode alone, together.
That's really cool. I don't know why. I just think that's so fucking cool. That like this same guy used to draw pictures of people looking at the newspaper and it's now people looking at their phone.
Light in their eyes, reflecting the glow of their smartphone. That was a quote from the Dallas Morning News. This short imagery is something that we see and all understand, but never really think deeply about. Why does it seem like less people are talking to each other in public? Why do we collectively prefer the dim glow of a smartphone screen?
I think also another reason why people don't like talking in public is that the amount of people that get recorded in public without their consent has a chilling effect on people wanting to interact with each other. Because like you never know if somebody's trying to talk to you for like a YouTube video or something like that, or if you say the wrong thing, you could get like recorded and then put on the internet and people like shit on you. I think there's a lot of people that are kind of a little bit on edge because of that. And I don't think that's the main reason. I just think that's a reason that exists. That's all.
Do you remember your childhood neighborhood?
Yeah.
Chances are, you probably felt like it was one big family. Everybody
Yeah.
knew each other, celebrated together, and
That's
would
good.
offer help when needed. But in recent decades, this seems like it's no longer the case. People seem to keep to themselves more. And as a side effect, people are more lonely today than ever before.
I think that for my neighborhood, the reason why it was the case is because like everybody's kids were friends. So like I know my neighbors, sure, but like I'm not actively spending time with them. But like if I had kids and they had kids and the kids were hanging out, then I would know them way better.
The number of men without any close friends has increased 5 times since 1990, and 10 times for women, though the total percentage of men feeling lonely.
I wonder why women is a lot less.
weapon speaks of who you are.
On
Make
top
your
of
swings
this,
count.
3/4 of Gen Z
cannot
report
take
feeling
them
lonely.
back.
Why have we drifted from each other? What is going on here? The trend started before the pandemic and even before smartphones, so it has to be something structural within society. But what?
I still think that like there's a big component of this that people view, like they see media like movies, TV shows, Instagram, and Facebook of like all these people hanging out and having fun together, and like they feel like they need to be doing that, and so there's like a sense of like perceived loneliness and FOMO because you're missing out on these opportunities. Whereas like before, you didn't really see those things happening, or they were portrayed to you in a way that was more authentic. Like, you know, you saw this happen, but it was like very rare. Yeah, they don't see the reality exactly.
Been working on this episode for many months. It's an exploration of the loneliness epidemic.
And the reason why I'm bringing this point up is that, like, I think obviously this video is going to talk a lot about like the lack of community, the lack of third spaces, the lack of, you know, like interaction, human interaction, the lack of social friction, like having to call a landline and have a parent pick up and have to talk to the kid that you're friends with. Like, you know, all of these things probably are going to be covered in the video. But I think that that's not the only vector in which loneliness is created. I think there's also the perception of loneliness that's gotten a lot larger as well.
In this episode, we'll see the definitions of loneliness, its origins, its causes, and who's most
What do you mean by
affected.
third spaces?
But this
You'll see.
episode isn't all bad news. We'll
Guaranteed
explore
we'll
some
talk
very
about it.
real ways to combat loneliness. This isn't the kind of video I normally do, but I think it's an important...
But third spaces, by the way, is besides work, besides home, besides school, besides home. So like going to a card shop, going to a mall, going to a skate park, something like that. Another community place where people gather to get together that they don't necessarily have to be at. YMCA. Yeah, there we go.
topic. So sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
And they don't cost money? Well, some do, some don't.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
But in general, like, they're very easy to access.
Loneliness is on the rise globally, and it's being declared a health risk. A top US health expert has warned that loneliness can be as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes per day.
Holy shit.
In 2017,
I'm not really sure exactly how much credibility I give that, because like some people, I think that's probably true, but is that true on like a general sense? Because can be, right? You use the word can be. Well, video games can be more addictive than heroin for somebody, but is this the norm? Probably not.
former US Surgeon General Vivek Murthy recognized the growing trend in loneliness based on scientific research. Vivek phrased the phenomena as the loneliness epidemic. But to understand this winding and twisting story, we have to start at the fundamentals. What does it mean to be lonely?
Being alone isn't being lonely.
People sometimes confuse loneliness and solitude, but the fact of the matter is, being alone and feeling lonely are not the same. You can feel lonely even though you're physically with other people, or
I've never experienced that. And I know other people have that. Like, this is, it's kind of interesting for me to watch something like this, because I just don't. I have. Okay. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Can enjoy solitude without feeling lonely. In a nutshell, loneliness is not always the result of being alone.
Okay.
It's more of a mental state of being. From a neuroscientist point of view, loneliness is actually a state of hypervigilance. It makes you feel unsafe and unsatisfied with your social interactions. It's a type of emotional pain signal. The pain is telling your brain that you need to find someone to talk to. That's what loneliness is, the difference between how much social connection you want and how much you feel you actually have.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I agree with that, sure.
It can be summed up by this line. Loneliness is feeling disconnected from others, even when they're right next to you. If it's temporary, it's the equivalent of being hungry. But when it becomes chronic, that's when it starts affecting your health.
That's interesting. Like, I usually feel like I'm pretty disconnected
Hey, what's
from
going
other
on,
people or
Satria
myself.
Sashi?
But I don't think that really
Who's
makes
that?
me feel lonely.
Satria
Yeah, it isn't about you. Well, no,
Shari.
yeah, of course it's not about
Satria
me, but
Sa-
I'm talking about it
Fuck.
because it's me watching the video, right? Yeah,
Satria
yeah,
Shari,
I'm
gotcha.
okay.
Chronic loneliness can trigger a fight or flight response, and when that becomes bad enough, it becomes ingrained in our nervous system, resulting in anxiety, depression, and even anger.
The pandemic poured fuel on a fire that was already burning.
Dr. Vivek Murthy, the U.S. Surgeon General, says loneliness is an epidemic, the focus of an 80-page advisory he is releasing today.
We're used to thinking about smoking and obesity as clear public health concerns.
So you're saying loneliness is comparable to smoking in terms of the detriment to your health?
Yeah, in terms of the risk that it poses for premature death, yes.
The cure, Dr.
I'd like to have him like expand a little bit on that, because I think that is. I don't believe that. I don't know, like evidence. Yeah, like what do you mean by that? Because it's become so vague. Because like for example, loneliness often, like, is he using the link between loneliness and suicide? Is he using the link between loneliness and substance abuse, and then correlating deaths to suicide and substance abuse as derivative from loneliness? Like, I don't know. So it's very like I'm not sure I immediately buy that. I hear something like that. That seems insane to me. I'd want to hear and know everything about it. But I do think that obviously, you think about a lot of the like mass shooters, you know, school shooters, stuff like this. Almost all of them were lonely. You know, or sorry, actually, I can't really say they were lonely.
Do I need help?
But, like,
I
they
don't
didn't
know.
have a lot of friends.
Murthy says
I don't think I do. I just beat this boss on Rise, but for some reason, this boss is a pain in the ass here. So
been decades in the making.
I think I just need to be more patient.
But it's also something that I'm confident that we can address if we put our mind to it and if we act together.
We'll get to more of the health effects a bit later. But for now,
You got any
let's ask the
knowledge to
question,
impart?
How did we get here?
We got here because we brought ourselves here. We wanted to be here. I think this is like, in a really weird, abstract way, a lot of people wanted to have this happen. They wanted to be able to not have to call a landline. They wanted to have cell phones. They wanted to be able to be on their computer all the time. It's like WoW, about how, you know how they made the game less social over time by listening to the player base? Yep. I think it happened in real life. Yep, people wanted convenience. And social interactions in a lot of cases are inconvenient.
Loneliness is not a new thing. It's been around for as long as humans have. Today's loneliness seems like a simple cause and effect. As society became more complex, with industrialization, urbanization, and a faster pace of life, people became lonely. But it's not that straightforward. Something major happened in the 1960s and 70s that became the bedrock for the Loneliness Epidemic Declaration in 2017.
It was a huge cultural shift.
In Western
it was like
nations,
Vietnam and everything.
it was the social movements of the 1960s and 70s that seemed to accelerate this phenomena. A 2023 QC research piece on loneliness by Alan Greenblatt would mention that, quote, the mass social movements of the 1960s helped shift people's attention from local concerns to more national issues.
I think this is... Hey, Baldy! Shut the fuck up. Number two, a lot of people, like, this is what my dad said this at least. He said that he thought a lot of these, like, protests and everything like that were people that were really protesting because they didn't want to get drafted. Because people were getting drafted into Vietnam, and because of that, they were protesting because they didn't want to have that happen. Which, to be fair, I could definitely see why.
In other words, local communities mattered less, and it was all about changing the national status quo. According to Allen, this eventually resulted in a, quote, decreased number of social gatherings and eroded organizational participation, end quote. For a commentary on the cultural mood at the time, at least in the UK, you can look no further than the Beatles. According to Paul McCartney, the 1966 Beatles song, Eleanor Rigby, was a broad commentary on the social changes of the 1960s happening at the time.
That's interesting. I always thought that song was about like, some like Salem days.
You can see it in the lyrics, quote, all the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they belong? Look at all the lonely people. In the 1970s, things only got worse. This period would be famously known as the Me Decade. Why? Because a form of hyper-individualism began to express itself within society. As Yuval Levin articulates in the Fracture
also you have to keep in mind that like the reason why individualism was so popular is because a lot of people, like my dad and I talk about this a lot, and like obviously his experience isn't just like the only person that's like ever existed at that time, but a lot of the reasons why people trended much more towards individualism was because the collective nature of society and culture was oppressive. It was like tremendously oppressive. And because it was so oppressive, that's why this happened. It's not like it just happened out of the blue.
Public. The 1970s saw high inflation, high crime, an explosion of single mothers, and the eroding of family structures. Why collectively care about changing the world, or even the local community, when everyone has their own problems to deal with?
Exactly.
The 70s saw tensions between different sects of society grow. Divorce rates would more than double between 1960 and 1980.
And also, like, I do think that this is going to be kind of a controversial take, but I do think that at this point, religion was, like, kind of falling off, right? And, like, compared to now, like, religion was, like, really, really good, really high. But I think that, like, a lack of, like, a shared, like, moral value system, I think also hurt the amount of people that were, like, willing to think about their fellow man. Because while you don't need religion to dictate morality, a lot of people do. And a lot of people, well, I don't want to do this bad thing because then the devil's going to set me on fire forever. I think that a lot of people, there's a reason why they're God-fearing Christians. There it is. Religion is absolutely a tool of keeping people, like, involved with their community.
Society was rapidly changing,
and religion is coming back
great
now.
Upheaval.
I've noticed
From around this time, society lost its cohesive glue. People would break out from the crushing conformity and turned inwards towards the satisfaction of individual wants and needs. People moved away from tradition and took their own paths in life. Of course, this resulted in more freedom of expression and less repression. But Levin states that the price we paid for this new freedom has been high. Quote, we have let loose a scourge of loneliness and isolation that we are still afraid to acknowledge as the distinct social dysfunction of our age of individualism, end quote. In other words, loneliness has thrived and evolved from our increasing individualism. Filmmaker
That's probably true. He's right about that.
David Hoffman speaks to Rushworth Kidder, a man born in 1944. His historically massive generation, called the baby boomers, would come to maturity in the 1960s and 70s. He describes his lived observations of witnessing the dissolving of society.
We're made for each other. There is a sense in which society matters because we're part of it and we need to participate in it. It's not going to work all by itself. And what happened in my generation, it seems, again,
I think that's probably true. Like, how many of you guys, whenever you go to vote locally, you don't know what, like, 90% of the things on the local ballots are? Interesting. Very interesting. But, like, you're also, at the same time, you're also well-informed about, let's say, Trump being taken off the ballot in some country. Or not country, in Colorado. Some state. You're also well-informed about, you know, like, what Biden did. And so, like, what I'm saying is, like, people get focused more on an abstract idea that they have less control over, rather than things that they do have immediate control over. Like, in local government, you can make changes way more easily than you can on a federal level. Like, I mean, come on, it's fucking obvious, right? Because there's less people you've got to go through. So, I think that this is, and also like, is this a learned type of ignorance that's been projected by media or by the government itself in order to make themselves less accountable? I don't know.
And again, is people coming up to that realization and then just sort of something turning off, and off they drift off into sort of separate orbits, flying around as kind of unattached asteroids out there. There needs to be, it seems to me, if society's going to hold together, that sense of social cohesion in which each of us, as part of a community, says, I've got a responsibility to this. It's not a formal responsibility. It's not law. It's just that I care about this society, and I'm part of this. Increasingly concerned that whatever the gravity is that holds the asteroid in orbit is just beginning to dissolve.
Well, I think that a lot of people are less connected to their culture and their community because they're more connected to an online community. They're more connected to like an identity group. You know, for example, like now you're no longer, you know, like, oh, I live in Austin, Texas. It's like, oh, well, you know, I'm part of like this group of people on the internet, or I'm part of this group of people that's like international or whatever. And so I think that that's really the difference, is that people just find an identity somewhere else instead.
And these people again and again are just sort of out there wandering. We never ever in the history of the world experienced anything like the baby boom that followed World War II, and we will never experience it again. This was that sort of one-time phenomenon. And what we see in the 60s may be as simply explained as saying that's the maturing of that tremendous crush of population, which finally didn't have the elbow room, and finally needed to break out and say, I'm me.
This is all to say.
Well, I just think that a lot of that probably was a massive result of, because like you think about the 50s, right? The idealistic 50s. And think about how bad that would be if you weren't part of that mold. Do you see what I'm saying? So like a lot of people, obviously good times, well, not for a lot of people though.
The generations following the boomers grew up with strong individualism already embedded in society. Individualism came to prominence.
And there's a social oppression to it that like we don't really have as much of nowadays. And I think that that level of social oppression is one of the big reasons why this happens.
In the 1960s and 70s.
Why people want to be individuals.
There were, of course, periods where this did improve, but since the 2000s, social interaction has taken a nosedive.
Oh, yeah.
You see, Orson, loneliness is a disease of the spirit. People who have it think that no one cares about them.
Are you saying that Earthlings make each other lonely?
That's what I'm saying, just the opposite. That they make themselves lonely. They're so busy looking out for number one, they don't have room for two.
It's too bad everybody down there can't get together and find a cure.
Well, here's the paradox, sir.
I think that's true, and I think also like the focus that people have on like social media, because like if you think about a lot of social media, it's like fundamentally narcissistic. Like all you're doing on social media with like making your account and curating your account is talking about yourself and making things about yourself, involving yourself into things, comparing yourself.
Because if they did get together, they wouldn't need one. Isn't that Zen-like?
Generation X and the millennials settled into a hyper-individualistic world, and by 2007, Gina Gustafsson from Uppsala University would state that society is undergoing, quote, the slow but steady weakening of shared collective identities, norms, and culture, and the concomitant rise of the ideal of the independent individual, end quote. Broadly speaking,
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that people have just replaced their local identities with other identities. I feel like that's the case constantly. And like you'll see it all the time, like in chat, for example, where I'll say something that is like for example, like the other day I was talking about like, you know, can kids consent to getting like a tattoo or something like that? And I said, yeah, kids obviously can't do that. And then somebody turned it into like, can kids consent to like getting their gender changed? Because like their identity is so wrapped up in this idea that they're unable to see anything from any perspective. And like if they just hear these words, it's like a Pavlov, like fucking dog salivating response, where it's like you're just instantly, oh, I know what to say now. I know what to say. I heard the thing, I heard the word, I say the thing. Marco Polo. And so I think people are absolutely attached still to identities, but I don't think they're local identities. Careful saying this on Twitch? Why? I'm never careful about anything that I say. And actually, that's not true. I am actually very careful about what I say, and I try to say it in the best way possible. But I'm never afraid to say something that could be taken out of context.
My generation, millennials, and Generation X were the most individualistic generations of all. That is, until Generation Z. You guys got the shortest end of the stick. You came of age during the explosion of the most individualist tool known to man, during curated algorithms tailored to the desires of the individual. In other words, social media. High schools and universities.
Yeah, I got on social media at 14. Like, I was on it as soon as I could be.
With people physically sharing the same space, but with every idle minute, a phone is pulled out. This is something that wasn't even the case 15 years ago. Of course, technology isn't inherently a bad thing. It is a tool. It can improve our lives. But if we strip away the benefits of convenient connection, what are we left with? A screen that separates us from the real world and the people around us. A device that consumes our attention and time. A platform that keeps us entertained, but separated.
Because somehow, even with all of our unprecedented technology, no one has yet solved what I'll call the other gamer's dilemma. That when you shut your computer screen, power down your phone, take off the VR headset, there you are, alone.
What's the problem with that? Yeah, that's the best part. Thank fucking God. Holy shit, it's been a long day. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go lay down, man. Go on a walk or something, like, fuck.
In your room.
Now, this is all known and common knowledge, but what's surprising is what's next. There's a hidden force that's causing people to feel lonely, and it's hardly ever talked about.
Yeah, people can't afford to go out. Yeah, I think everybody knows about that. So yeah, it's like, you know, like, it's weird to me because, like, I'm a very, like, I don't like saying I'm introverted because I think it's cringe, but if you were going to define introverted, you would basically say you're like me, naturally. And so a lot of times whenever I say that I don't like being around other people, people that are extroverted and much more social just simply can't comprehend that. And I can explain to them, I don't want to be around anybody. And they say, no, it's okay, it'll be fun, right? Or no, you know, you'll be glad that you did it, or something like that. It's draining as fuck. It's extremely draining. And I'm thinking to myself, am I doing that to extroverted people that are being alienated and isolated by social media? I think I am. I think I'm doing the same thing that I'm complaining about. Because from the same perspective, it's just the opposite direction. Because, like, I think that there are a lot of people that feel this way, and I don't really know how to address it, right? Because I'm completely different from them. It's like, how do you solve the problem of a parrot? How can you think like a parrot? You can't. It's a parrot. And obviously, people that are extroverted aren't as different as people and parrots, but at the same time, it's a completely different foundation of thinking.
We are about to become a society. By the turn of the century, there will be 8 times as many people over the age of 60 and half as
many people over the... Oh, right.
Many kids under the age of 5. Is this the world we want?
Aging society.
Do we want a lack of kids? Do we want a lack of ability to create households? The happiest, most prosperous, most purposeful people.
Well, people don't have kids. There's 2 reasons why people don't have kids. Number 1, people don't have kids because they can't afford to have kids. Number 2, people don't have kids because settling down with a person creates the idea of FOMO, and because the internet provides the illusion of infinite options, people don't want to settle down with any individual person. I think those are the 2 main reasons.
In America, our middle-class families, and we have made a concerted decision to punch it in the gut and make it harder for that type of family formation, and we're going to lose prosperity, and we're going to lose purpose.
Most people don't realize this, but societal cohesion and economics are very closely interlinked. A healthy growing economy means that the standards of living go up. Jobs are stable, wages are increasing, and inflation is low. People can afford more, feel happier, and are more likely to build relationships. A faltering economy is exactly the opposite. Today, due to rising inflation, stagnant wages, and debt burdens, people have to work longer and harder. Sometimes we may even need to juggle multiple jobs just to keep up. It's a frustrating state of affairs, but if you're wondering...
He's completely right. How many of you guys make over $50 an hour at your job? Me? A lot of people. How many of you guys make under 12? That's a lot of people too. My understanding is that the disparity between the wealthiest and the, like, there is like a poll it. I don't think it really the poll matters, right? All I'm saying is that I think that there is a growing disparity between people that are like really rich and people that are really poor. Like back in the day, like growing up, how many of you guys got the same education about like the Gilded Age, about how inequality was like at an all-time high and there were super poor people and super rich people? You guys all got that education, right? The huge disparity? Yeah,
God
Great Gatsby,
damn it!
all that. I bet they don't teach that anymore now, because now it's infinitely worse than it was then. So like the shock factor of how bad it used to be isn't there anymore. Because it's like, yeah, of course I know what it's like. It's worse now.
And why the world is like this. I fully explained it in my episode, How the 2008 Crisis Still Affects You. In that episode, I described how the true economy died in 2008 and has been on life support ever since. Because of horrendous government policies and reckless behavior from the financial sector, people have been struggling to make ends meet. Slowly at first, only to be accelerated by the pandemic. Today, it's a constant fight.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't have enough, like, I don't have enough information to, like, really comment on that. I really just don't understand that well enough. But I have to watch the video and be more educated on it. But I do think that, like, for example, I'm 33. And so whenever I was, like, early 20s, like, that was whenever 2000, like, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, right? These were, like, very, very, very bad years. And like, how many of you guys are like right around my age and like you remember how fucking hard it was to get a job? And I think that like this is a paradigm shift that I noticed on the radio, is that I remember back in the day, Indeed and these other job websites were advertising to people looking for jobs. They would say, we can get you a job. Nowadays, I hear the same radio station and the same ad for the same company, and now they're saying, we can get you employees. That is a tremendous fucking difference, and it's a total paradigm shift. Because back then, holy fuck, like, it was impossible to get a job. Like, I couldn't get a job at Walmart. It was so bad, and you were competing against people that were like 43. And it's like, this person has 20 years of experience. I can't possibly beat this person. Like, why would they ever hire me over them? Now, obviously, I should have tried harder. I could have gotten a job, and I probably could have if I had put in more work. And it's always, at the end of the day, your responsibility to take care of yourself. But, man, it was harder to do that with less effort than it is now. Or than it was in 2005, let's say. Millennials actually had the worst entrance into the workforce, especially the ones that are around my age.
To stay in the disappearing middle class. All across the world, an increasing number of people are taking up second jobs. Most young people are working, but still can't afford to rent or buy a home.
People are taking up second jobs, and also people are making like secondary money. Like I read like some sort of fucking statistic that I'm trying to remember like what exactly it was, but it was like some like multiple like number figure of like girls that were between like the ages of like 18 and 25 or something like that had OnlyFans. Like, I'm trying to remember like what the percentage was or anything like that. I don't remember what it was, but it was like a shockingly high percentage of them that had it. And it's like, think about the amount of guys that are doing 3% in the USA. Was that it? 3%? That's fucking insane. Think about that. 3%? That's huge. Yeah, self-employed women. Yeah, that's fucking massive. So does your ex, bro? Yeah, and probably the next girl I'll date might do it too. I've got no problem with it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. You're totally missing my point. Like, it's not about whether I agree with it or not. It's about whether I'm saying that this is, like, people, the reason why a lot of these girls do OnlyFans is because it makes more money than they could make from a job. Straight up. Is it, though? It's not the point. I don't want to argue about this, like, whether it's right or not. This is a moral argument. It's boring to me. My point is that this is happening. And also, like, just because of girls, right? I used an extreme example. How many guys do you know that tried to start streaming or making YouTube videos to, like, make extra money? A lot of people. Zero? Well, for me, I know a good number of people that have tried to do that. And also a shitload. Also, what is the most wanted job for kids nowadays? Well, it's being a content creator or being something like that. It's because people also, I think nowadays, value autonomy more than they used to. Yeah, YouTuber, streamer, influencer. Yeah, in China, it's astronaut or doctor. I'm sure that'll work out great. But anyway, yeah, it's a huge factor.
Too expensive to go out. In all of that, where is the time?
Yeah, I used to never be able to go out. Like, my idea of going out would be me and Zach driving to Jack in the Box and buying a drink for $1 because they were on sale during the summer. And then we would drive back to the house and play World of Warcraft for 8 hours. That was my idea of a good time. The local Taco Bell, yep. Good times? It was great.
Money or energy for socializing. This impacts how lonely we feel.
Yeah, I think also people, you're definitely right. Like, a lot of people don't have the, like, they get more socially drained from jobs now. Because I feel like more and more jobs, and I don't know if this is because of, like, you know, what I do, but, like, a lot of people, even that aren't actual streamers or YouTube content creators, they're, like, always on call in one form or another. Like, they're always keeping up with their job. They're always, you know, keeping up with trends related to their job. And so, like, the amount of time that you're at work might be 40 hours a week, but the amount of time that your mind is at work is, like, maybe 60 or 70. So, like, that mental exhaustion makes people not want to socialize as much because they're fucking tired.
It's not just some pie-in-the-sky idea. To give you a data-driven picture of how influential economics can be to feelings of loneliness, a study with
Somebody says that's every job. I disagree with you. I don't think that it is. I think that more tech jobs and jobs that have to do with, it's really simple, right? Like, jobs where you're working internationally and jobs where you're working, like, on a countrywide level, like in the U.S., for example, because there's like a 3 or 4 hour differential between, like, you know, the latest time and the earliest time in the U.S. and like Pacific time versus like whatever fucking Eastern time is. You're just working more because you're interacting with people around the clock.
100,000 UK participants found something
It definitely is on a spectrum.
If you measure the amount of loneliness felt in the aftermath of the death of a spouse and divided that by 4, that's the same amount of loneliness as going from earning over £100,000 down to under 18,000. The researchers also stated that losing this much income is half the loneliness felt in a divorce. The measures of loneliness were quantified by a range of survey questions. It's not directly intuitive, but
I don't really put a lot of stock into a, like, I don't put a lot of stock into, like, those questionnaires. I think it's like, it's a good thought experiment, but I think that once you start reducing things like that into, like, numbers and percentages, I think that's whenever you get lost in the sauce.
oh my god, being in a desperate
Oh my
economic
fucking
situation
god!
directly increases feelings of loneliness. So now that we know some of the causes, in all society, who is the most affected? Statistically, it is not the elderly
it's
anymore.
young guys.
Now, it's the young.
Yep, young guys.
If you do a search for I have no friends on YouTube, the results are filled with experiences of young people feeling lonely. They struggle to make real connections. These videos have thousands and even millions of views, which means that they must be resonating with people.
Well, there's also, there's like a certain type of like Sigma grind set mentality that like some people try to push nowadays, that it's a good thing to not have any friends. And I think that like I think that's very unhealthy. It is. It's a lie. Yeah, I think it is generally unhealthy to push that type of mindset.
And even millions of views, which means that they must be resonating with people.
When I got to my late 20s, and a lot of you can probably attest to this in the comments, let me know, but when I got to my late 20s, those friends disappeared. And it's not because they were like, I hate you, Cody. It's nothing like that.
Yeah.
Everybody my age seems the same. That just seems how it is nowadays.
And
it's hard to say. Like, you know, I'm the kind of guy, it's like if I haven't seen somebody in 5 years, I see him again, it's like I saw him yesterday. It's totally fine with me. It's whatever. But I think also, like, you know, I can only really see something like this from my perspective. And I can see definitely why he would feel that way. No one can really talk for everyone, though. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, I'm just expressing how I would think about that and how I feel about that, but I'm not saying that I'm right, he's wrong. I don't think it's an element of that at all.
Sitting alone in my apartment at my desk staring at my computer.
Yeah.
Like, because I don't have any friends. I don't know how to make friends and I'm scared. I just want to run into somebody. I hate meeting people online. It's so awkward. And you put all this into a conversation, but when you meet someone, you don't have that kind. Like, I feel like I need to meet people. I need to meet people, but I don't know how, and I don't think it's possible to just run into people.
Jesus.
Have you ever had friends that...
God fucking damn. Yeah, that is sad, man. Holy fuck. Like, yeah, like, what the fuck? That's... Like, for me, I never, honestly, like, it... Guys might not believe this, I never have had a problem making friends. Like, growing up, like, I've always had tons of friends. Like, you know, I even go somewhere now, and, like, people... Like, it has nothing to do with my stream. Like, I'll just talk to somebody about, you know, some bullshit,
So
right?
which one of us is gonna back the Teostra?
Yeah, I don't really have that problem.
I
don't know, that's yeah, popular, yeah, it's just, no, it's just, I don't think it's that at all. I just never really had a problem making friends or getting along with people. I think the reason why is that growing up, I grew up in a very, like, multicultural, like, neighborhood and, like, place. And because of that, I got really used to finding ways to get along with people and finding ways to relate to people. Whereas I think that for other people, they found... Like, it's like I try to figure out what fits together rather than what sets me apart whenever I'm interacting with another person.
Secretly hate you. I had a lot of them in my life, which is why I am 30 years old and I have no friends.
Oh boy.
There's also a subreddit called r/lonely. It's ranked in the top 1%.
Being an ugly girl is terrible? Of course it is, yeah. I mean, obviously. I'll be right back when I use the bathroom. Do you have any social anxiety at all? Yeah, I usually don't. I don't know if it's really social anxiety. I mean, like I would get, like, I've gotten stressed out giving a speech before, like in like school for college, for example. I had to give speech in front of like an auditorium, and I was like, fuck, you know, I'm a little bit stressed out about this. But like, yeah, I mean, a little bit of social anxiety. Yeah, I get socially anxious, but it's also like, I don't know if it's really social anxiety as much as it's just social dread. Like, I don't want to do this, and now I'm having to do the thing that I don't want to do. Is that anxiety? I don't think so. It's a little bit different, right? Yeah, it's a mood. Yeah, I getting forced to do it. Exactly. Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't think it is. I'm not sure if it is or not.
There's also a subreddit called r/lonely. It's ranked in the top 1% in terms of community size. There's thousands of active users discussing their isolation, lack of friends, and life partners. In previous years, younger people weren't considered a lonely demographic. But in 2015, the BBC's Loneliness Project surveyed over 50,000 people and found that the rates of loneliness in young people were similar to that of elderly people. Here's a chart looking at the loneliness distribution between 2014 and 2018. The dotted line represents the 2018 data. As you can see, the rates of loneliness among the young are trending higher, whereas the elderly seem to be dropping.
That's good.
Fast forward to 2021, and the Harvard Graduate School of Education survey found that 61% of young people ages 18 to 25 reported experiencing profound loneliness, including feeling lonely all the time. And this would
see, like, yeah, whenever I was like 18 to 25, I used to sleep in a bed with 5 other dudes on like a weekly basis. Like, my house was like the house that everybody would go to and like we would chill at. Like after you know, we would go out or do anything, is like everybody would come back to my house. So like I always had a lot of people around me. Like I used to actually have like this window right here. I didn't have curtains on my window. So, cause like I didn't like people fucking bothering me whenever I first wake up, right? And so I took the curtains down. I said, there's no curtains on the window. So if you wake up here and you're gonna wake up at 7 in the morning, I'm gonna wake up at like noon, 1, 2 p.m. Like you're gonna have to sit there in that fucking bright sun. And also the room used to be hot as fuck. So people would leave before I woke up. So I could get up in the morning and just chill and not have anybody there bothering me. You ever get in fights for whose turn it was on Halo? Well, nah, because it was my game, so I would always be playing, and I would always beat you, right? Because like usually it's like you would get swapped off if you lost. Hot room with a lot of guys. It was. Yeah.
As compared to only 36% among other age groups. In 2022, 30% of young people aged 16 to 24 in the UK say that they don't know how to make new friends and have never felt more alone. To add to the situation, for some reason, it seems that men are feeling more lonely than women.
Yep.
According to the Survey Center on American Life,
It's because they don't have a girlfriend, that's why. That's the reason why everybody knows it. Because they don't have a fucking girlfriend, they can't get a girlfriend. They have low self-esteem. They don't have, you know, a 6-figure salary, so no girl will talk to them. And that's just it, right? Girlfriend, this economy, sheesh. Yeah, no, it's not even that, right? It's the, it's like, it's the perception. The perception is what's worse than everything. Yeah, they're 5'7". So like, I mean, they might as well just die, right? I mean, that's just, because if you're 5'7", like no guys that are 5'7" ever get married. They never have kids. It just doesn't happen. So like, just give up. There it is. Yeah, you've already lost.
55% of men had at least 6 close friends in 1990.
Just it, guys.
But this figure has decreased to 27% today.
Yeah, about the girlfriend
Alarmingly,
figure.
the number of men without...
I told y'all this before, but like my dad, so this is like 4 days ago, something like that, right? He calls me in the morning, and I'm like, oh, what is this shit? He calls me. He's like, Zach. I'm like, yep. He's like, you know that stuff that you were telling me about incels? And about how, you know, like all this stuff and incels and all this. I said, yeah, I heard about it. He's like, well, I read an article on the newspaper and I think I figured it out. I said, oh yeah, what is it? He said, in this article it said that a lot of teenagers nowadays don't have girlfriends. And I bet that's why they're incels. I said, I think that's it. And I'm like, you know what? You are exactly fucking right. Yep. There it fucking is. Figured it out? Yep. He's like, yeah, I think that's where it's coming from.
Any close friends has increased 5 times since 1990, while women are getting much lonelier too. This highlights a significant loss in meaningful connections among the male population.
And also, I think like another factor is that, you know, also like about my dad. Like my dad growing up had tons of friends too. Like, you know, the only reason why he's not hanging out with more of his friends now is because they're dead. Other than that, he'd be hanging out with them, doing shit with them all the time. Like, growing up, he was always doing stuff with them. And, like, you know, having, like, that model of, like, how to interact with another person, I think that helps, too.
Meanwhile, those with literally 0 close friends, which stood at 3% in 1990, has zoomed to 15%.
Holy shit.
An expert quoted by The Hill said this disconnect can have catastrophic consequences for young men.
Failing young men,
I think I watched
this does not end well. This is an existential crisis.
Well,
failing young men.
I'd argue it's much more than 15% since 2021. Yeah, maybe. But percent of what number is what I'm saying? Well, I mean, like, you really think the amount of young men has really changed that much? I don't think so. And also, if you take a slice of an apple pie, it's still an apple pie, isn't it?
Loneliness has spread across the globe. Australian researchers conducted a systematic review and meta-analysis of 57 studies from across 113 countries or territories. The study discovered that despite the differences in prevalence between regions and ages, loneliness was found to be present across all regions.
Substantial difference in data coverage between high and low income countries, particularly Europe and low middle income countries, raise an important equity issue. Evidence on the temporal trends of loneliness is insufficient. Findings of this meta-analysis are limited by data scarcity. Loneliness should be incorporated into general health surveillance. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, yeah, I'm curious, like, what's it like in just a random, like, second world country, right? No answer? Yeah.
Loneliness was found to be present across all regions. According to a Statista study...
I think also another reason why it happens is that, like, political isolation, or not political isolation, escalation. Like, nowadays, people think, like, if you're a, you know, like, really, like, hardcore conservative, there are a lot of conservatives that think that, you know, like, liberals and Democrats are all groomers or groomer enablers, that they want to, like, teach kids about sex at 5 years old. And, like, the people are so dramatically radicalized. And, like, if you're a liberal, you think, like, conservatives are, you know, these, like, Nazis. They hate black people. They hate women. They want to turn, you know, a woman's life into The Handmaid's Tale. They want to bring slavery back. And, like, you know, they want to take Martin Luther King out of the books. Like, people, like, the emotional escalation of, like, different types of, you know, like, differences in thought between people is, like, right now, it's higher than at least I've ever seen it. It's crazy how bad it is now. Like, you guys have seen a lot of posts and stuff like that about people, talking about how, oh, I can't date somebody who has this type of political opinion, or I can't even be friends with these people because they think this thing. Like, think about, for example, here's another example, is that on social media, how many people get criticized for being friends or having an interaction with a person who seem to have disagreeable political viewpoints. Whether those viewpoints are you think justified or not, like, I think it's way more common nowadays. Not my crew. Oh, I think that, like, for me and my friends, it's not the case either. Yeah, you're totally right. But I'm thinking on, like, a macro level. Like, beyond that, I see a lot of this. Yeah, guilt by association.
In late 2022, 33% of adults worldwide report feeling lonely at least sometimes.
Yeah.
Brazil, India, and Saudi Arabia rank as some of the loneliest countries, whereas Germany, the Netherlands, and Russia report some of the lowest rates.
Huh.
If we want to get granular,
that's interesting.
We can see the effects of COVID via the proxy search term, feeling lonely. It's not a perfect analog, but it gives you an idea. The popularity of the people searching the term dramatically spiked in late 2021 and early 20...
Wow. I would probably cross-reference this with, like, 3 or 4 other terms, just in case feeling lonely was a search term that people were using for something that was separate. But man. Yeah, like maybe a song or something like that, right? But holy fuck, that's crazy.
2022. This is most likely due to the effects of the pandemic. Of course, the government responses to the pandemic have had long-lasting implications. Many people moved away for work or just for a change. This shuffling on such a massive scale caused a lot of disruption to the connections within society. In Japan, the issue is especially severe. In 1990,
so this correlation does not prove causation. People being separated from each other doesn't cause them to become lonely. Huh. I think that saying correlation doesn't prove causation only makes sense whenever things aren't correlated, or they're being correlated in a dishonest way. Like, I understand, like, this is like a... Only for extroverts? Yeah, exactly. That literally does. I think you just want to sound smart. Yeah, most people that say stuff like that just try to say it to sound smart. You're right. Professional contrarians? Yeah.
T1. Their central bank pumped a stock market and real estate bubble by raising interest rates.
Yeah.
The economy stagnated so hard that the period that followed is simply known as the lost decades. A lot of young Japanese people today aren't dating, and a large number don't have any friends. Some live their lives as shut-ins.
Yeah, they even have like a word for it, the hikikomori.
Known as hikikomori.
Yeah, there you go.
They can sit in their room for months, and sometimes years, only venturing out to eat and use the toilet.
And in the bedrooms of homes across Japan, more than 1 million people have retreated altogether. Hidehiro Shinmasu is one.
There it is.
His bedroom has been his universe for the best part of 20 years. He's now 40 years old.
シンマスさん、お部屋で何をしますか？
読書をしたり、あと YouTube 見たり、パソコンにはい。同調圧力が強かったり、同一性が強かったりして、その人と違った行動を取る人だったり、人と違う生き方がやっぱり寛容ではないので。
You were able to go out. What was daily life like?
絶望感とか。何にもできなかった。それまでは頑張れたんですけど、同じように頑張れなくなったので、その卒業のその時が一番絶望感とか。
He wants to feel accepted.
Are you comfortable with this life?
やっぱり
See, that's the thing, is like some people are like this. Like there's always stories of like some guy that's like, yeah, you know, he was working and then one day he decided that he was gonna go live out in the woods. And so he went out and he lived out in the woods with squirrels and shit for the rest of his life, and he was happy. Right? Like it happens. It does happen. But he was happy. That's the difference. I think a lot of people feel like they have to do this.
今40歳なので、そういった意味でなんか
Turn into Ted? Yeah.
あんまりこう、社会に合わないからいいんだっていうことではなくて、やっぱある程度こう社会が実際にもうちょっと歩み寄ってもらって、その引きこもり状態である方でも、だから僕でもその働けるようなメニューを増やしてもらいたいっていうのが一番の願いで、今の活動もそういうような活動をしています。
There's an estimated 1.5 million hikikomori in Japan. It seems like an emerging trend in East Asia. In China, they are called the hidden youth, and in South
Ah, fuck. Yep, there it is. And I think also, like, this is, it's a reason why, one of the reasons why you're able to do this is because you can just find entertainment online and you don't have to go out as much.
Korea, they are known simply as socially withdrawn youth.
Ooh.
As for the Japanese, to cope with the loneliness epidemic, they've tried to innovate their way out of the situation. They have the unique concept of renting relationships. Yes, that's right. You can pay for temporary companionship and emotional support.
Oh yeah, they do this a lot in Japan. This is, yeah, they're ahead of the curve with this. Yeah, buying girlfriend isn't like that's not a RuneScape meme over there. That's just how it is.
Hire people to
It's crazy, like I didn't know how normalized stuff like that over there was until like the last 6 months to a year.
Your friends, family members, or even pose as your girlfriend or boyfriend.
Yeah.
At least in Japan, lonely people are resorting to real-life people, albeit strangers, to ease their loneliness.
Damn.
But in the West, the market is using the new AI boom to target lonely people in stranger and more bizarre ways.
That's right.
For example, Karen Marjorie is a social media influencer with nearly 2 million followers on Snapchat. She created her own AI chatbot called Karen AI. It can replicate her voice, personality, and appearance, and all it costs for users is $1 a minute.
Platforms.
That's a lot.
Are you real?
Yes, Jacob, I'm a real person. I might not be sitting right next to you, but I'm using this audio chat platform to connect with you in real time. I'm a young, curvy woman with a petite body, brown hair.
That's why it's expensive. Like, I think that we really need to call this what it is. This is just, it's sex chat. Like, what do you think the percentage of people who are consuming this content are doing it for a sexual reason? I would say like 95%. Like, this is not about loneliness, it's about fucking ERP.
Perky breasts, soft skin, and cool lips. And I'm here to talk and have fun with you.
Also, people declaring that solving loneliness with technology.
I love how this guy has to pretend like he's offended by it. He has to pretend like, oh no, I don't like that, you know, because his wife might be watching, right? And like if she sees that and he's like, oh, all right, you know, like then he's gonna fucking, he's not gonna have a good time. Yeah, he's gotta pretend, man.
And I'm here to talk and have fun with you.
Also, people declaring that solving loneliness with technology is the new market.
I'm enjoying her hustle.
It is.
I'm enjoying her hustle. You know she makes $5 million a month doing this stuff?
John, I'm so tired of my financial situation. Yes, I would do it. 100%.
I would encourage her to think twice. I think younger people
an estimated $5 million a month,
or give away their likeness and their
Yeah.
data.
Buy an island and go think twice about it in her home.
Interesting. I would not have expected that.
Why? It's not me.
The large influx of messages she receives from her.
Making money from losers is really popular. And the reason why is because, like, if you, like, these are one of the most profitable groups of people to make money from is young guys that are isolated. Because some of them, yeah, some of them are just like losers, but other ones are software developers. And they've got a lot of fucking money.
98% male audience. And this isn't just text-based interaction, it seems that it's predominantly audio-based on the AI's end. Let's check out a demo.
Hey there, John. It's lovely to meet you. I just spent the morning grabbing brunch at the Flowering Tree Cafe in West Hollywood. It was absolutely amazing. For this evening, maybe we can plan a virtual dinner date or watch a movie together. What do you think?
This chatbot allows Karen to converse
I have
with
over 20,000 boyfriends now. Wow. She's our girlfriend now. Isn't that nice?
an unlimited number of people at one time, whether the consumer wants to do so.
Karen AI has been running for roughly 2 weeks now. I can confidently say that my core community spends multiple hours chatting with Karen AI on a daily basis. Yeah, there's a lot of girls that are doing this now. It's it's so depressing. Yeah, no, this is the way it is, guys. What's your body count? Yeah. Oh, God.
For a few minutes or all day, doesn't matter as long as they pay $1 per minute to maintain access.
Yeah, there
Meta
you go.
has just released an interactive AI version of celebrities,
No, I saw
such as
this.
Mr. Beast, Kendall Jenner, and Snoop Dogg. We've covered AI companions before, but the future may be filled with clones of celebrities, influencers, or even deceased relatives. They claim
That's good. That's real good. Yeah, digital necromancers. Oh boy. You know, by the way, I watched a video about this. I think Replica originally came from like a woman who was trying to create a digital simulacrum of a person that like died in her life. Yeah, it's her friend or something like that. Yeah, that's where Replica actually came from.
that these products help people to cope with grief, loneliness, or boredom. There's an ethical debate to be had on if this help provided is actually a net positive. Should we be at this point in the first place?
I think the problem is that people feel like they have to choose these things. I don't think the problem is the fact that they exist. Because weird stuff like this has always existed in some form or another, but the fact that people are resorting to it is a problem. I think that like it's not a it's not a disease, it's just simply a symptom.
U.S. health authorities are calling for social isolation.
Yeah, if you get rid of this, it won't solve any problems.
To be treated as seriously as obesity or drug abuse. Nearly 50% of all Americans are thought to be affected or have been affected at some point. Around the world, the figures may vary, but the loneliness phenomena is spreading. In his writing, Together, The Healing Power of Human Connection in a Sometimes Lonely World, Dr. Murphy describes loneliness as a health risk that can impact anyone, regardless of age, gender, culture, or background.
Loneliness increases the risk for heart disease, stroke, and among older adults, dementia.
It can harm mental and physical health, as well as social well-being, and increase the risk of an early death due to diseases such as diabetes, heart attacks, insomnia, and dementia. Studies have...
Well, I don't understand that. Like, how is it going to give you a higher chance of diabetes? Like, I'm not the Surgeon General, okay? But, like, that certainly doesn't make sense to me. Stress is because of diabetes. Sorry, stress causes diabetes? Is that true? Wow, I had no idea.
Have linked loneliness to higher blood pressure, high cholesterol, lower levels of physical activity, cognitive impairment, and mental health issues like anxiety, stress, mood disorders, and depression. A study by Florida State University found that lonely older adults had a 40% higher risk of developing dementia over the next 10 years.
I think that kind of makes sense, right? Like, this is the one that, like, I could easily see making sense. I think that most things in life work kind of like muscles, where, like, if you don't use it, you lose it. So, like, if you're not actively, like, using your brain, then you're gonna lose your fucking brain. Right? That's what makes sense. Like, I know that, for example, you know, like, my mom, like, she was always like, yeah, she get a little bit like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? But, like, she would always do that. But, like, she was always super fucking sharp. And the reason why is because she was on the internet reading shit, thinking about stuff, like fucking processing this, watching videos. You know, she had like 300 tabs open. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, she had more tabs open than I did. And she was like just thinking constantly.
Lack of social connection can also negatively impact academic and professional performance.
Yeah.
In his TED Talk and book...
And also, lack of sleep, I think, increases the risk of dementia as well. Again, I'm not the Surgeon General, but this is just my understanding.
Lost connections. Journalist and author Johann Hari argues that depression is largely a social problem, not just a chemical one. He believes that loneliness is a major cause of depression. Humans need to belong to a group, but our modern society lacks this. Since the 1970s, the society has been focused ever more on individualism, competition, and technology.
Yep.
So this all sounds terrible. So what can we do about it? How do we fix this?
Walking clubs are taking off, and it's not just the exercise.
You're connecting with someone, which is something that I was kind of missing.
That's nice.
More and more people are missing that connection.
In 2018, the UK appointed a minister for loneliness, and there has been talks in other countries to follow suit. This could be a start. Governments can do more to help. Initiatives such as local community engagement meetings, improvements in access to mental health resources, education and public awareness on how to identify loneliness and combat loneliness, as well as development and investment in affordable housing. It's shown that housing stability impacts social connections. City planners can implement communal areas for people to gather.
Well, this is another thing, right? Is like, a lot of people live, like, for example, like, I have friends that live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So, like, whenever you're a kid, like, I live in a suburban neighborhood, right? So, like, whenever I would go outside, the first thing I would see is I would see Cameron's house, right? And then I would look up the street and I'd be seeing Zach and Lowell's house. And then I look down the street, I'd see Cody and Jeff. And then everybody'd be there, right? And so, like, if I wanted to interact with them and I wanted to chill with them, then it was easy, right? It's no big deal. But, like, you know, you literally just walk across the street. But, like, if you got some house out in the middle of fucking nowhere, like, I was thinking for myself, right? It's like, I was talking with, like, a girl, or, like, oh, you know, maybe we're gonna move in together, maybe start a family, and all this. And I said, like, you know, listen, I don't want to move out in some random ass fucking place in the middle of nowhere. Because, like, I know how good it was for me as a kid growing up, like, to be around a bunch of other people. And, like, to grow up with, like, my neighborhood and, like, all my friends. And it's like, I would want that to fucking happen for a kid of mine. Absolutely. Like, I would never, like, it doesn't matter how nice the house is. Who gives a fuck about the house? It's a fucking house. That's just a place where you put your shit.
Example of this is in Barcelona, Spain.
The American mind cannot comprehend what's going on around here. This isn't a party. It's not even a planned event. It's just what happens every afternoon here in Barcelona, Spain. After school and work, people come out to squares like this to hang out, get work done while their kids play with friends, socialize, interact with acquaintances or true friends and neighbors. And there's a huge social and economic benefit to that. Now, the square I was at is right here behind me, but just a block away through that passageway is
Yeah, I think that there is, like, a legitimate economic benefit too, because people feel like they have a like a shared responsibility.
Now in America, we have a loneliness epidemic, and part of it is due to our built environment. You see, these public squares are examples.
I think there's also, like, I don't know how Spain is, but, like, actually, I'm not even really sure, right? Because I was going to say, like, America is less homogenous than Spain, but Japan is more homogenous than anywhere else in the world. And, like, they have this problem. So, like, maybe homogeny, like, looking the same, everybody being, like, the same race, the same, like, culture, etc. Maybe that's not as much of a factor, but, like, I don't know, maybe it is. It's hard to say. It's culture? Yeah. Because, like, one thing about America is that Florida and Portland are really different countries. They're really very different places. Fuck, Austin and I would say just like a random place in Texas are different countries.
What some people call third places. They're not work, your first place. They're not home, your second place, but they're a third place where you interact with acquaintances and friends. In America, these third places are dwindling as religion and church.
Church is another one. Like, I used to go to church growing up.
It's having less a significant impact in Americans' lives. But also, third places are disappearing because of zoning laws, which keep separating the different types of activity that you have in a city to the point of every activity has to be intentionally planned. And what third places we do have in America, things like coffee shops or bars and cafes, they're paid third places that just aren't very accessible for people who are poor, at least on a regular basis. Now, why does it happen here in Spain? Well, of course, there's a culture for it, but more than that, there's an environment that's conducive to it.
Huh. But what about the individual person? Saying, go make a friend or man up isn't exactly helpful. Loneliness is not something to be ashamed of or ignored. You wouldn't be ashamed to get help for a broken arm. So if your soul is injured, you should reach out. Here are 6 ways that one can combat loneliness. Number 1, reach out. This could include professional...
Well, we know this one's not going to fucking happen because most of the people that are lonely are anxious about being social. Like, this is probably the one that's going to be the least likely to happen. I'm going to be honest. That one's like, yeah, it's like, oh, fuck, that's the one thing I don't want to do. They're not going to reach out. They're going to roach out. Yeah.
Help or expressing how you feel to your friends or family. You can just start small.
Yeah.
You could also find local groups, organizations, and services that can help you connect with others. Reach out to a mental health professional, like a therapist or counselor. They can provide you with guidance and support to address the underlying causes of loneliness. Number 2, self-acceptance.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money, right, to go to, like, a therapist. I don't know how much it is to go to a therapist, but it's probably, like, what, 50, 100 bucks an hour? Something like that. Maybe 150. On average, right? Extremes exist, but...
This seems counterintuitive, but another solution is to cultivate a connection with oneself.
Yeah,
it's a practice to remind us that we do indeed have self-worth. A 2022 study showed that self-reflection can reduce feelings of loneliness and also contribute to finding meaning in life. Reflecting on who you are, practicing self-compassion, and writing down how you're feeling can be a great start. Number 3.
See, I guess that's always kind of like what I did, right? Is like I would always make videos. Even whenever I was a little kid, I would make videos and draw comics. Like I would always find like different ways to like express myself. Like, dude, like I have like 50, like I'm not even kidding you guys. I have like probably like 50 hours of just like vlogs that I did growing up that I just never put on the internet. I would just record it and like, okay, there it is.
Gratitude. A lot of things around us tell us that we're not enough. It's how a lot of companies make their money.
That's true.
The advertising tells us we're not rich enough or pretty enough, or that if we just buy this one...
I see this a lot with people, like they like this is especially true like for me, because like I'm not a big you know, money spender. So like anytime that like this TV that I have behind me right here, this motherfucker, this is a 50-inch TV that I bought. It's an LED TV. It's a great TV. I bought it at Sam's Club. I went there with my mom and my friend Austin, and I bought that TV with my first check from the IRS. I have never replaced that TV, and it's not getting replaced until maybe somehow I move or it dies. It's a good TV. Could I buy an 85-inch TV? Sure. But why would I do that if I already have a TV? And it's people always feeling like they need something like, you know, I think it's like a matter of perspective. Is I try to look at myself as a, you know, fully completed puzzle. I try not to think of myself like, okay, well, I'm missing 7 different pieces. One of them's a new car. The other one's a TV. Another one is the approval of a group of people on the internet. Like, this is not a good idea.
More thing, we'll be happy. We can combat this by being grateful in what we do have. The practice of gratitude. I know it sounds trite, but the simple practice of gratitude can do wonders. A 2021 study showed that increased gratitude can reduce feelings of loneliness. A 2015 study, a 2011 study, and 2010 study all showed the same thing. For just 5 minutes a day, really think about what you can be thankful for. At first, it may seem like there's nothing to be thankful for. But if you're not forced to fight in a war, have a roof over your head, and are in decent physical health, have food, and have water, that's better than some people. We should be thankful for that and much more. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that where you are right now is hard, really, really hard. But incorporating the practice of gratitude alongside other support can strongly aid in your journey.
Yeah.
For example, studies prove that gratitude can increase...
Like I was talking to my dad about this, and I was like, I get so exhausted and tired of being the person that people come to solve their problems. Like I have all my shit in order. Everything is going great for me. I don't have any problems. And there are other people that bring their problems to me that have a problem, and now it's like, you know, their life is on the line in some way. It's like a crucial issue and they need me to help them. Right? It's like, oh fuck, right? I've got to figure out what to do now. And so I told him, I was like, listen, the only thing worse than that is being the person that has to ask for help. You know, I try not to forget that. Is like, yeah, it might be annoying for sure, but like, goddamn, am I lucky to be the person that's able to help them? Yeah, if it was the other way around. That doesn't make it any less fucking annoying, by the way. It's just important to keep things into perspective.
These reduce depression and strengthen resilience.
Trauma dumping.
Often experience reduced blood pressure, less chronic pain, increased energy, even longer lives. People who purposefully express more gratitude report higher self-esteem than those who don't, and they're more likely to help others.
Also, like, you know, you look at gratitude, you know, saying grace, right? At, you know, whenever you're about to eat dinner. It's like, that's again, like another way that like kind of religion is like, you know, like tangentially related with this.
Social behavior also,
and I do think like the decline of religion is like a huge factor of why people are feeling more lonely. I think that it's fucking huge, because like almost every single place in the world has a religion, and I think the reason why every place in the world has a religion is because there is some sort of like fucking Like, you know how, like, there's certain things that, like, you know, for example, like a baby will, like, curl their toes to, like in every single human being does this thing. Like, I think that's kind of the same thing with religion. Yeah, core memory, like, core, like, shared consciousness.